preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
Scan the QR codes to see what's upcoming for FTW Productions and what's available on demand right now. Button Master Stable Wars entire playlist. AEW Revolution Go Home Week, Dynamite and Rampage watch parties. Mistress Audio dramatic readings featuring voice actors from Weymouth Youth Wrestling. Elimination Chamber retrospective. WrestleMania Retros coming to the Wrestling Fortune 44 Incorporated channel. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order Let's Play series. WrestleMania 19 Revenge Mode Let's Play series. All of A Simple Man's Brand Simply Predicting panels. Both episodes of The Don DeMarco Show. AEW Spark, WWE Aftershock, every show week by week. The entirety of the NASCAR Thunder 2004 Let's Play series. AEW Revolution watch-along coverage featuring Noah Foster and James Hebert. Wrestle Kingdom 17 coverage in conjunction with the Jeff Meacham Network. A Simple Take, WWE Simple Takes featuring Cassidy 18 Studios. Super Mario Bros. Z voice acting. Episode 3 coming soon. Breaking news. ATW View Impromptu. WYW Intro and Immortal Stream. Royal Rumble Match Marathon with retros of events following Marathon. Plugs have concluded. On to the video.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
The following program contains strong language that is not suitable for young children. Viewer discretion is advised.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, J.J. Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am the founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the Heb Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies. There you go. It sells
Oh,
itself.
God.
Get in there.
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ. Give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Live. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen.
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
that's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Thing. We ended on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. Then just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
Bloody brilliant indeed, as it is time once again for the Saturday Night Shenanigans that are Open Mic Night. I am your host, your moderator here across the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media. I am the Renegade of Wrestling, J.J. Williams, joined by my panel here this evening. First and foremost, we have the Heb Man, James Hebert. Actually here on time for a change. Didn't have to get called or anything to bring him into the studio.
Yeah, just barely, too. Barely. Almost wasn't here on time, but, you know, technology has been a bitch.
Right. Safet, how's it going? Good to see you. Daniel, one of our members here on the Casa channel, another Saturday night of open mic night. It's going to be a fun one. Absolutely. Speaking of members, we have a brand new member subscribed to the channel, and he's also in the green room. Josh Mansfield. What is going on? Thank you very much, sir, for signing up and becoming a member of the Casa channel.
Well, of course, JJ. Of course
Appreciate
I was going to do that.
Matthew, how's it going? Good to see you.
Good to see you, brother.
And then rounding out the panel for now, at least while we wait for Noah to get here, because he just finished watching a AEW Rampage and having some conversation with his ATW View people before he gets into the room tonight. We've got No DQ's resident big baller representing the Parker Kane Promotions.
Yes.
Big Baller G in the house. What is that, Big G?
Nothing much. Fun weekend. Go back to work tomorrow. And then next week, Sunday, will be a fun and glorious day as we head to Celebfest 7.
Yes.
Now, is it going to be like Bobby Roode Glorious or like NXT days or like, Glorious?
Yeah, let's go with NXT Bobby Roode Glorious.
There we go. There we go.
We'll of course get to that a little bit more in the shills, but that's just a few of the people coming through Parker Kane Promotions.
Yep.
Mila Grace, Danny Jordan, and the legendary Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
My cousin!
There's going to be over 50 plus people there, so.
Nice.
Hey, tell Jody I said hi, Jim Duggan, will you? Goddamn.
Raymond, what's going on? Good to see you. Tornadoes says Big G, the VP of the Jeff Jarrett fan club.
So I'm just the vice president. Okay. I thought I was
well, I got to be the president because I'm the other double J here.
Yeah, that's very true.
You are the other double J.
You are
Wait,
correct.
and who's the secretary?
That would be you.
I was gonna say, yeah. Hey, Big G.
That means he's Deborah.
You
we don't
happy
want
to
him
be
to
here?
be a girl again.
I'm always happy to be here.
Big G is always happy to be here, as is the simple man with the spectacular voice, Mr. Noah Foster, just joining us after Rampage.
How you feeling, Noah?
I'm all right. Hello. How you feeling, everybody?
Okay, I have a question. How's your throat? Is it okay? Because you've been coughing a lot, and I want to make sure you're okay.
I feel fine. It's just one of those things that just happen once in a while because this weather doesn't know how to stabilize itself.
Ah, okay. It's a weather reaction. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Ohio weather sucks ass.
Simple as that.
Fair enough.
And I am tired still as shit.
Yeah,
there you go. Matt, how's it going? That's right. Make sure everyone hits that like button. Ken is in the house. Hello, everyone, including JM, who isn't here right now, but hello to you too, Ken. Daniel Parker says, "What's up, ho?"
Yes. Hold on. That right there is my best man, my best friend. He is one of the co-owners of Parker Kane Promotions.
Oh, okay. So he is the Parker behind Parker Kane. Got it.
Hey, darn cool.
Wait, so who's Kane?
Our
Ben Jacobs.
Chris Kane.
That's a different Kane.
Fuck JJ.
Benny says, "Hello, all."
Hi, Benny.
Tornado says, "Has to mess with you, Big G."
Someone has to, right?
Someone has to, right?
All right.
Ooh. Can we quickly go over Raymond's comment, JJ?
Even though this isn't a sports show, you can address it really quick, Josh.
Well, we just got Zadarius Smith from the Vikings, so put him together with Myles Garrett. Oh, our defense is gonna be fun.
As in Austin Powers.
Quarterbacks are gonna
Basil.
Nathan, how's it going?
You're gonna finish last in the division, Big G. So shush it up.
Emmanuel says, "One question: who is happier, Big G or Jerry Lawler when the puppies came out?"
I think Jerry Lawler.
Yeah, that's probably fair. But we've already lost Noah. He's got the sunglasses on already.
Jerry Lawler. Yeah, Jerry Lawler. Jerry Lawler would have just been like, ah!
Who is a devout Browns fan as well.
I don't watch sports.
He's just a fan of the sports that are in his town because he's like, oh, I represent,
Lawler's a big Cleveland sports fan in general.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, before we get started here this evening, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to throw it out there for the chat room. We've only really got one topic on deck that we're going to discuss today. There hasn't been a whole lot of news, not a whole lot of major talking points. So if you want to send us some topics, feel free. We will address any good ones that come our way. But if you really want to make sure that your comments get noticed and get discussed, super chat, it's as simple as that, as the simple man likes to say.
Yep.
So we're just going to jump right into this. And of course, the first and only topic comes straight out of the WWE. As everyone knows, at the end of the month is Night of Champions. We have confirmed so far Cody Rhodes and Brock Lesnar. We've had the quote-unquote tournament, and we know that Seth freaking Rollins is going to take on SmackDown's phenomenal AJ Styles for the Raw exclusive World Heavyweight Championship.
We didn't see
but
that
I digress.
coming. We didn't see that coming. Money in the Bank 2019 rematch throwaway.
But I digress. The real news is this match right here.
Fuck!
Yep.
Are you kidding me? Are you trying to tell me that tried to Roman 4 belts here?
Oh no.
So not only is Roman challenging for the tag straps alongside Solo Sikoa, but due to a truce, Sami Zayn is finally going to be able to go to Saudi for the first time without having to be in fear of his life.
Yep.
So
Syria and Saudi Arabia.
Oh no.
They made like a not like a peace treaty, but like they're in peace right now as of this moment.
Mm-hmm. And that's why
I think
Sami's
quote
able to
unquote.
go.
I'm still gonna say a prayer before he goes out there.
Yeah, say a prayer for
I don't trust these fucking political nut jobs anywhere in the world. Never mind in the Middle East. So I mean that's a stretch that all of a sudden they're good. But I digress. Not to make anything political, but yeah.
And people are saying that Roman's going to win. No, I said this yesterday. Solo Sikoa is going to take the pin here, or that. I mean, this is an early prediction. I mean, I'm sure we'll do predictions for Night of Champions here next week. But either that Solo takes the pinfall, or the Usos interfere and cause Sami and KO to win, and thus furthering the tension between Roman and Solo and the Usos.
Usos interfere, ends in disqualification. Never-ending story of the tag team championships versus the Bloodline.
That's not a bad take, Big G. I could totally see that happening because, I mean, Roman isn't around often enough for the straps to get put on him.
No.
And you don't want to take them off of Sami and KO less than 2 months from them winning them.
No.
So this is what really grinds my gears.
Okay, let's go ahead, Big G. What grinds your gears?
We were like all like, okay, Roman's gonna hit 1,000 days at Night of Champions. Who's he gonna defend against? And now here we are. Oh, Roman's gonna be in a tag title match. So like at this point, the man might as well hit fucking 2,000 days as Universal Champion.
That's permanent. Why not?
He might as well, because like at this point, people are saying that this World Heavyweight title is going to be a consolation prize. I'm going to say something. No. I'm going to say something that's going to piss people off. At this point, the World Heavyweight title is going to be the workhorse title, because Rollins is going to have it, obviously. And the Universal title, whatever you want to call it, is going to be defended every 5 months or so. Well, he might defend it at SummerSlam. But like at this point, who cares if
I would have cared if Edge won.
Who cares how many days Roman's going to be champion now? Because they were going to make this big deal out of 1,000 days, and now he's just not defending it.
Roman Reigns is just a big old fat mascot marketing ploy, part-timing bullshitter.
Yeah.
I mean,
damn, Noah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm with Noah. Honestly, I'm just over the fucking Roman experiment, especially now with Vince clearly back in charge, trying to
figurehead for the WWE brand. It's not a champion; it's a branding gimmick.
Yeah, I mean, trying to fucking find a way to goddamn, combat the Saturday Collision show like full on now, because why not? I'm just over it. I'm over the bullshit. I'm over the pettiness. I'm over the political crap. Honest to God, like it you know, I hate to say I told you so, but you know, I told you so. You know, it really should have fucking happened at Mania. And now it doesn't look like it's gonna happen until next year at Mania. And by that point, you know, nobody's gonna.
Don't forget, James. We can't say that until
I
we
know
prove
money.
that JJ's wrong. We have to get through Money in the Bank. And
Yeah,
the
but if they,
Madison Square Garden show.
Yeah, but if they made dollars and cents, then Edge would have been the one that fucking won and not AJ. So you know, what do I know?
Honestly, I would have rather had
he was
Edge.
the only one. Am I the only? The minute I heard that he was announced for that, there was only one person that should have won that, and that was fucking Edge.
I agree.
That was Edge. Nobody else made sense. Nobody else. Because yes, you could argue that fucking they could have put it on a fucking young guy, but everybody's gonna think, well, it's a consolation prize because Roman holds the fucking belt. The only way that stigma was gonna go off is if they gave Edge the belt he never fucking lost in the first place. That was it. That was their one fucking out, and now they completely shit the bed on that because of course they did. Because this is Vince running things.
They could have made T-shirts out of the 1,000-day thing, but they made bank off of that shit.
They still will because he will still be champion at the 1,000-day mark.
Yeah.
They still will, and nothing against Roman. It's just like how long do we need to fucking go with this now? Like, I don't need another Mania season where he's the fucking champ.
I still don't think we'll get there. We'll get to that as we get closer to Money in the Bank, though. I've been saying it since the open mic night after Mania. Josh has been patiently waiting to try and interject here. He's even private chatted me. Go ahead, Josh.
Guys. You let me start off with this tag match. The fact that we are getting Sami Zayn in Saudi Arabia to begin with, I think is astronomical and amazing in and of itself. The fact that they are putting their stamp of approval on Sami and KO by putting them in this match with Roman together, you say, oh, this is... No. This ain't Vince doing this, and you know that. Yeah. Vince wouldn't be doing something like this. We know he wouldn't. I honestly think this is brilliant storytelling. This is Roman saying, oh, you can get the job done? Oh, watch us do it. And then them not do it to further get that dissension so that way the bloodline can just completely explode before SummerSlam when Cody beats Roman after Money in the Bank on SmackDown in Madison Square Garden, because that is where the story is being finished. We talk about Roman, 1,000 days at Night of Champions, but who are you going to be able to build up in that short amount of time as a viable contender for Roman on SmackDown that he hasn't already beaten? AJ just came back. That really wouldn't... I think what they're doing with AJ here works. You can tell this is a Triple H match, not a Vince match, or Edge would have won.
Yeah, that's true.
AJ is a Triple H guy. Seth is a Triple H guy. 2 Triple H guys. I was honestly surprised Sheamus didn't win. If I'm being completely honest right now. With you. So...
Okay.
I think this is a great move of this tag match. It will further show dissension in the bloodline, and we will finish that story with Cody. Not next year, not at SummerSlam. Again, I'm stealing JJ's shtick. That is the SmackDown after Money in the Bank at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, TikTok.
Yeah, I believe it when I see it at this point.
Seeing is believing, like anything else. While you all feed into dirt sheets and journalistic bullshit, seeing is believing.
Yeah, I agree.
The thing is, it's none of it is journalistic or dirt sheet bullshit. It's genuine thought process and storyline thinking.
And how many
It has
times?
nothing to do with the dirt sheets.
And if it's being reported in the dirt sheets, I'm the one that said it first. You can go back to the time and date stamp because it was literally that open mic night the week after Mania where I said this.
Yeah, but
nobody else was reporting it until the last week or two.
You also make the most sense with it, though.
Exactly.
That's the thing that I have known since my fandom in my later years is that anything that makes sense, WWE, and this has been a proven track record no matter who's in charge, especially with Vince in charge, will not do. So you can't blame me and can't blame everybody else for being fucking skeptical, and rightfully so, when they've had a proven fucking track record of doing this exact bullshit, which is the thing that makes the most sense. Well, now it's too predictable, pal. We gotta steer the course. You know, come on now.
And I understand your skepticism, James. But
least
we
we
are
understand.
still, theoretically speaking, in a new era.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even you guys might hate me for this, but even Nick Khan said that Triple H is still in control.
Exactly.
And hold on, let me go to Daniel's question because I've talked to him about this before too. The reason why they had the SmackDown Superstars is, and it was all over. Aaron posted it and all over wrestling sites. They did it for a ploy to get ratings against the NBA games. That's the only reason why, for ratings for SmackDown. That was the only point. There was no point. Oh, well, Vince is back, so let's put SmackDown people. No, fuck everybody who thinks that Vince is back. He's not back. Yeah, he might talk to Triple H here and there, giving him ideas, but no. The only reason why Vince was back was for that sale, and he's on the board of directors still, maybe, but he has no say in creative, as of now. But the only reason why SmackDown did that is because of the ratings. That's all.
And that's exactly what happened with AEW this past Wednesday as well.
Exactly, with the steel cage match, because of ratings.
They did the same thing because they both knew that they were going to struggle big time.
James, you may be
against
skeptical of
NBA
WWE,
finals.
but I'm a WWE guy through and through, and I'm an AEW guy, but I'm skeptical of AEW as well sometimes.
You might as well be skeptical about everything in wrestling. I mean, nobody's safe. It's just the biggest track record of skepticism is WWE. That's all.
I trust me. I get it. I get people trying to have the hope. I have lived too many of this fucking thing. Every time they say that change is going to happen and they're going to appoint somebody in charge, I've lived through this too many fucking times to believe that it won't be the case where Vince fucking takes over at the last minute. That's why you think I have? I haven't watched a single fucking episode. I have stayed true to that. The only reason I'm watching at all this week is because I got to cover my buddy that's going to North Carolina. Otherwise, I'd probably stick to that. But otherwise, I wouldn't be. I would stick to that fucking streak. So,
real quick before we move on, or before Noah wants to say anything, going back to something Big G just said about quoting Nick Khan, I'm going to do something and say something that I'm pretty sure none of you would ever expect to hear come out of my mouth. See this hat right here? Nick Khan, I take my hat off to you, sir. Well done with the international PLEs. Well done. That was one of his main goals when he was brought onto the board of directors, was to get more international PLEs and shows. And look at the ratings, look at the money, look at the eyes it has got on the product every time they have done one of these.
Yeah, because
hats off to Nick Khan. Good job.
They said this past Backlash was the most watched Backlash in history.
To be fair as well, though, the main reason for that is because there is more international flair about wrestling than there is in the United States. It's a lot like soccer lately in that regard.
Well, nothing's bigger than soccer. I mean, the NBA might get 7 million
it's
whatever people watching.
You know what I mean? No, it's along those lines, fan wise, where it's like, okay, well, they don't get wrestling often, so when they do in those regions, it's a big fucking deal. Like that's the main reason. Like that's why All Out All In like sold under without a single match announced sold over 60,000 tickets for Wembley. You know what I mean? Like that's the reason for that. You know, it's just like they don't get wrestling often. So you know, Puerto Rico hadn't had
that scale anyway.
Since what, New Year's Revolution in 05?
Yeah.
So it's like it's been a long time before they had a wrestling event. But yeah, I don't know. Like
and supposedly some of the wrestlers internally are trying to make Backlash a Puerto Rico event every year now.
Honestly, I wouldn't
blame them.
I wouldn't blame them.
No. At least for a good 4 years, I could see them doing a SummerSlam deal with it.
Yeah, give or take.
Hassan, how's it going, sir?
I apologize if I sound like a Debbie Downer, by the way. Like you guys gotta understand. I've dealt with the, setting my expectations high and then being disappointed every single time and being let down. So you gotta understand where I'm coming from with that. Like there's a lot of people that are.
One thing I'm happy though with, they didn't switch the titles with Rhea and Bianca.
Yeah,
still consider the SmackDown champion. And Bianca still considered the Raw champion, even though they're on the different brands. I think somebody mentioned it yesterday. I might have posted on Twitter or did something, but like somebody said, just one calling the women's world title and the other the women's universal title at this point.
Yeah,
they still might do that.
The thing,
and I think Triple H wants to stick with besides the whole SmackDown wrestlers thing, in the past. Well, I mean, the draft just literally got into effect this past week, Monday. But, no titles were switched. Sammy and KO were drafted officially to Raw, but they could still go to SmackDown because they're the undisputed universal tags. Same with the women's tags. And then same with the NXT women's tags. They can defend them on SmackDown and on NXT still. So, but, give it a... Don't... I don't want to say don't give up yet, but like don't put the product down when we're only in this new era with the draft and stuff like that. Well, because if it was Vince, if it was a Vince McMahon thing still, they would have had swapped the titles by now.
Well,
for the Raw and SmackDown.
Well, if it was also a Triple H thing, then Night After Mania wouldn't have happened. Nobody can deny me that's
true. No, you're right. You're right.
I mean, come on.
I completely understand your cynicism, James, because I have been there.
Yeah.
How quickly we forget, I'm the guy that walked away from the business for 10 years, damn near.
Yeah.
Because I was so over the product that was in front of my eyes.
Yeah.
And I still don't feel like the product that is being presented to me, regardless of who's in charge of it. Let's just go there for this point in time.
That's really what this comes down to.
Regardless of who's in charge of it, the product being presented, I don't feel is as bad as it was 10 years ago.
No.
I think that's a common thing we could all agree on.
As far as the night after WrestleMania wouldn't have happened without Vince, I don't think anyone will deny that the night after WrestleMania was a Vince McMahon thing. That's also the day they announced the sale, though. So yes, Vince was present. The sale had just been announced. He was there. He was visible. He made last-minute changes that pissed some people off, that pissed a lot of fans off, because he was there because of the sale. The next week, he wasn't there.
It was a totally different show.
The next week, he sent out emails that said, Triple H is still head of creative.
Yep.
Ever since that Raw, it's been
Right.
back to what it was prior to WrestleMania for the most part.
Because have you noticed there is, there's still some kind of comedy, but there's not this stupid crap,
right?
The Vince comedy that we had
Yeah.
seen for so long.
I was going to say the over dramatic performance by freaking Bianca on SmackDown, notwithstanding, like that shouldn't have been funny, but I was laughing at how oversell that was. Like that was damn near Shawn Michaels against Hulk Hogan oversell.
Oscar said apparently she put hot sauce in the spray.
Oh, that's what I would do it.
Oh, maybe she wasn't actually.
It just looked like an oversell to me. She looked like she was acting on a soap opera. You know,
maybe she's looking for her next gig. Who knows?
Well,
but ever since that Raw, things have kind of been back to the way they were prior to Mania, and everybody was positive and hopeful of the WWE product with Triple H in charge. It's that announcement of the sale. It's the fact that Cody didn't beat Roman at Mania. And it's that Raw after Mania that has everybody just like so dejected and willing to give up on it again. And it's like,
yep,
it's,
and I don't regret it.
And that's you. I'm not trying to change your mind, but it's just like, I don't think it's as bad as people are making it out to be.
It's not.
It's not, but it's also not something I'm willing to put myself through again. Put it this way, right? Like if not, the night after Mania wasn't going to happen, I made this point on Aftershock. I made this point on a bunch of other shows. Like it could happen the night after, before SummerSlam, the night after SummerSlam, could happen the night after a Survivor Series. Although I doubt it because Vince never really gave a shit about that show. Could happen the night after Royal Rumble or before. Whenever he sees fit, one night of creative with Vince is like undoing fucking 10 weeks worth of television, as we have seen, because literally this world title tournament was supposed to be way more extensive and thought out because that was supposed to be the King of the Ring. And then they had to fucking change course because Vince decided to blow that all to shit of the Raw after Mania. So I don't think they could even start that fucking process. You know, so they had to hold off on that, and then, you know, we got what we got, where SmackDown guys and Raw guys are fighting for a Raw exclusive title. So I don't know, man. Like it's very obvious that whenever Vince comes in, it's gonna blow up a lot of shit. You know, and I don't like that it does that. You know, like if it was like one of those things where, okay, it's guaranteed that Triple H has full creative control and Vince doesn't even touch it, then I'd be like, okay, fine. But there's no guarantee because at the end of the day, he's still back as chairman of the fucking board. And even from a moral standpoint, after the bullshit he was accused of, I can't support that anyway, so.
Which is a fair point, honestly. I get it, but honestly, Vince doing one show isn't the end of the world. No. Yes, people were pissed off, rightly so. That happened without warning, but it was rectified after the fact. Honestly, and again, and I don't buy the whole Vince made the call of Cody losing to Roman. No. It was said that was decided weeks before Vince coming in and doing all that.
It wasn't like it was ripped up the night of and just changed on the spot.
Yeah, it wasn't just changed on the spot. Now, again, here's the thing. At the end of the day, it's still a TV show.
Right.
At the end of the day, that's what it is. Like, we watch just, to watch. Really, at the end of the day. No matter who's writing it.
I'm surprised.
Flat out. Like, I don't care if it's good, if it's bad. I'm still going to watch. That's where I'm at with this whole thing. And, yeah. That's at least where I'm at.
Tuned out of Game of Thrones after season 8.
I'm surprised the writers that were on SmackDown haven't gone on the writer's strike, too.
Don't jinx it, Big G. It still could happen. But
Could
to go off
happen.
Josh's point, again, TV is TV with so much short attention span and other distractions. Who truly watches wrestling to be engaged in the product versus just hearing noise you can hear on the radio at this point? That's the balance when it really comes to this industry, especially when it comes to WWE, because that's the way the audience is. To have a hardcore fan base the way that they do, that's not cynical, that's a whole different side of things that's very small, unfortunately. Then there's just those that could watch it and literally be doing something else that's 10 times better than what they're hearing or seeing. But that's the reason why they still keep carrying on the way that they do. So at the end of the day, don't hold it so hard against yourself the way you are, James, but don't hold it so hard against the WWE for the way they are, have been, could be, what has been, what could still be too. But the bottom line is this, as somebody who doesn't watch the WWE Weekly product themselves because I got better things to do, like sleep. It's better than what it used to be.
Does that include not your NXT?
For the time being, yes, but let's see how long that holds up.
Well, I'm going to my first Monday Night Raw in over 3 years. Not this Monday, but next week Monday, the go home show before Night of Champions.
Nice. Congrats, Big G.
And it'll be my wife's first WWE Raw, but second WWE show altogether. I took her to two house shows. Yeah, 2 house shows I took her to, and a house show and a SmackDown.
Got it.
So,
do you know where your seats are yet? Are we going to be able to get a picture of you on TV
it's like
when someone returns?
it's in the 200s.
Yeah, the mid-range section.
The Giant Center in Hershey is not a big stadium to begin with, but Goldberg at All Out just for Big G.
For the record, also, by the way, just to put this in perspective, I'm sure people know this by now, especially on this show, but like, this isn't like a prejudice against like WWE, by the way, or just anywhere in wrestling. I've had my stance is I'm a fan of the actual workers in the industry that put their bodies on the line week in and week out. I'm a fan of them. I'm not a fan of either top executives that think they are hot shit and they really aren't and have way too many personal biases. Or on the other side, you have, EVPs who can't get over their own bullshit. Just not a fan of it anymore. Big wrestling corporations, I am not a fan of. Wrestlers, I am more of a fan of, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. That's the divide of the community. When you're a fan or you're a supporter or you're a follower of the actual executives and you aren't making a damn dime of it, so why the fuck does your opinion matter? Exactly. That's your viewing of the product. Exactly. That's your own dismay.
Exactly. Thank you, Noah. He said it better than I could. I'll just have him say it. He'll be my. There's
a reason why I look at all things wrestling. I don't rank. I don't be biased. I don't see this versus that. I don't do greater than this nonsense. You watch the product because you like the industry, or you don't. You go fuck off something else.
Yeah, true.
That's why I just watched AEW.
I love when Noah swears. It's
right.
Especially when it comes out of nowhere. It's just beautiful.
For real, like you see Noah most of this time and he's this soft-spoken, mild-mannered man, but then you get him on some of these rants and some of these topics and he's just freaking like,
well, I think to be
fuck
fair,
shit, bitch, cocksucker, I don't fucking care any fucking more. Like,
or when we try and get him to sing and he's swearing at us.
Josh, don't start.
Don't
Save it
start.
for the plug.
I'm not.
But no, for I think Noah is just done with being sick because of the dumbass weather in Ohio.
Noah's in a mood tonight, and we don't want to upset our favorite simple man.
I need to go get a fucking drink. Fuck off.
Wait,
wow.
Hold on. Is he getting a drink or is he getting a Mountain Dew?
Oh, he's probably getting a Mountain Dew. This is Noah.
I don't know. One of these days, somebody's gonna like literally piss him off where he's gonna just like fuck it.
I'm surprised he hasn't done that to me yet. Let's be real.
I don't know. Noah's a cool guy. I love Noah.
What do you mean? He has done that to you.
But you know what?
Christmas special, anyone? Talking about Shane McMahon?
Whoa. But you know what? I love all you guys. We're all entitled to our own opinions.
Yeah.
and what we think, and
That's
that's
the beauty of this forum, G,
Truth.
is that we all have our own side of the line that we stand on.
Yeah.
Some of us lean more the WWE way, some of us lean more the AEW way, some of us lean more towards like the Japanese stuff.
Yeah.
Some of us kind of stand in the middle and just take it all in. And it's all good because we don't ridicule each other for our opinions.
No.
There's a lot of forums out there where people get ridiculed and shamed for their opinions, and that's just not the way we run things here on the Multiverse of Media.
Nope.
Was Rampage that bad? Is that why Noah's pissed off? Because I know he watched Rampage before he came on.
No, I enjoy Rampage. I'm just tired of the damn rescheduling because of all the other fucking network nonsense.
Got it.
Annoying
Okay.
as hell. Hard enough dealing with the fact I gotta wait till 10 p.m. to actually watch something on a Friday night that I care about.
Yeah.
Well, you got to remember. I don't want to. I'm not trying to upset you, Noah, but you got to remember, sports is a lot bigger than wrestling.
I know,
and that's what TNT and TBS, or mainly TNT, is about with sports, especially when it's basketball season. TNT is.
Man, Rampage is gonna be fucked when Collision goes on the air, huh?
And piss poor rerun of B-rated movies on a 24/7 schedule.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh, don't no.
I mean,
not all
I'm
of them
about
are
to go
B-rated.
Falcon style. He's out of line, but he's right.
They're not all B-rated, but
Hey,
most
James.
of them are. Yeah.
You're right.
When we get
Aquaman's
to the
probably
end of the
lower.
year, when we get to the end of the year, you need to make a reel of all the times Noah went off on things
For
and
real.
swore.
I don't
We
think
need a Noah curse reel.
You need the best of Noah.
Noah rants.
The best of Noah rants.
I don't even know if this is Noah rants. I think this is just Noah apathetic.
I just need to
He's
read
Orange
all
Cassidy in
kinds
it.
of Noah swearing.
He's Orange Cassidy in it, man.
It's all right. I'm going to church tomorrow. Noah's going to church tomorrow. Josh is going to church tomorrow. God will forgive all our sins from tonight.
Yeah, I definitely need confession tomorrow, that's for sure.
Anyways, Rampage and Dynamite are both in trouble when the Punk helmed AEW shows better ratings than the Elite show. Yeah.
I mean, I doubt it. I honestly don't
we'll
think
get to that because
Punk's
that's
gonna
a
do
good one.
damn thing, but
Yeah, that's a hot take. It all really comes down to your perspective. There's a reason why they're on every week still. And if this alleged freaking deal goes through, then good for them. Hopefully they succeed.
Well, we'll find out next. We'll find out this Wednesday, won't we?
I suppose so, Big G. Or someone will tell me because you guys know I don't follow that shit.
Love you.
So we kind of got a little off the beaten path there. Because what started off is talk about the Saudi show and the fact that Sami Zayn's going to be performing over there went into this whole Vince in charge of creative and fuck Vince and the WWE.
Around this topic out, Sami Zayn, please don't die.
Well, this is open mic night, isn't it? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
we only had one topic, so
I know, but like I just feel like the focus of that topic got insanely shifted.
I mean, it became a political debate. Let's just be honest. But here's the problem with politics: you talk about political leaders, then it went into wrestling leaders. So, good job, James.
Sorry, Noah. He's mad at me.
So-
He's mad at me. I'm the one he's mad at now.
Me
What
too.
is mad? I'm not.
We're gonna
mad.
take a quick commercial break here. I've been starring some of the comments in the room, topics that seem like they're interesting to get into. But just a reminder to all the fans watching, if you really want us to address your question or your topic, super chat. It's as simple as that.
There you go.
We'll be right back.
So,
And we're back. What's up, G? You look like you're about to say something.
So I want to say two things about your commercial. Every time I see Hondo on there, I think of one TV show, Married with Children, and then The Mother. Once you review it, it's a very good movie. And J-Lo, that's all I gotta say.
Fair enough. Shane says that Rio Bravo is one of my faves. That was actually done last month. The movies that star musicians, because of both Dean Martin and Ricky Nelson being in it. So if you haven't checked it out already, go into my archives, check out my review of that. So during the commercial, we got a super chat from Emmanuel for $5. Thank you very much, sir.
Hey, what's up,
He
brother?
says, will celebrities take over in wrestling? Logan Paul, Pat McAfee, Bad Bunny make more sense and get bigger reactions out of the public.
That's because they're public figures, but it really comes down to, can they carry themselves on a presentation of a sports entertainment product inside those four ropes? Bad Bunny, Logan Paul, and Pat McAfee have proven not only their fandom, but their work ethic. Why Ronda Rousey might as well be farming it in after LA booed her out of the building. It comes down to, can you carry yourself on both sides of things, not just your name. But your name speaks more volumes than somebody organically grown in the industry.
I agree.
I think I said it last week on this show. Give me Logan Paul versus Bad Bunny. I'd pay money for that. Even make it a triple threat match: Logan Paul, Pat McAfee, and Bad Bunny.
I think you get better money out of a 6-man tag match between A celebs and B celebs. Just do like Logan, Pat McAfee, and Bad Bunny versus fucking Miz, Eli Drake, and Grayson Waller, right?
Yeah. Eli Drake. Who is this Eli Drake you're talking about, or do you mean
LA Knight? Yeah. Same thing. Yeah.
You got to set it up right so you can get the
Yeah.
So it's a running gag at this point. But anyway, not a bad idea, James.
I mean, Matthew says we're in a new era of celebrities who show respect for the business and are willing to do the work.
Yep.
I completely agree. The last celebrity that I honestly saw that had the respect for the business was David Arquette.
Yeah.
And you figure that was 2000 and was...
And the writer who was in the company didn't.
I was going to say that it was crash booking as a gimmick.
Yeah.
So it always gets shat on, but Arquette had the respect for the business and was willing to do the work, and he proved that with the You Can't Kill David Arquette documentary about him going and actually training in professional wrestling.
I'm going to add another to that list, but he's not an in-ring performer. And I would say he's better than David Arquette in general. Freddie Prinze Jr.
Yeah.
I mean, where am I wrong? Where am I wrong? He's literally hosting a WWE sponsored show on A&E right now on Sundays. He's working on starting his own promotion. Was a former WWE writer, and is a main star celebrity, being Fred in the Scooby-Doo series, and Jedi Knight Kanan Jarrus in Star Wars Rebels. There you go.
Good for him, but is he going to be good for the booker? I just don't know. That remains to be seen.
He was a booker in WWE.
Writer, but yeah, semantics. I don't know.
I'm excited to see what he does. He knows the business. He loves the business. I will be honest. That is a company I would look forward to watching. I mean, he said flat out he was going to make Karrion Kross his world champion.
Well,
I believe before Triple H called him back up. So I trust Freddie Prinze Jr. as a celebrity in wrestling who's doing that. I do. But back to when you were saying about, like their work ethic in the ring. What annoys me is when people do criticize the celebrities who have gotten in the ring and have put on the work, and you know who I'm talking about. Like when Bad Bunny did the tag match with Priest against Miz and Morrison, there was a certain someone who's like, "Oh, Bad Bunny shouldn't be able to do a Canadian Destroyer. He just start like." Doesn't matter when you start. If you learn how to do a move, you can do a move. Like
all about practice.
Exactly, and Bad Bunny had some pretty damn good trainers. So you train,
kind of hard not
you
to.
show out. It doesn't matter how
Rick Rogers.
long. How long you've been doing it. You could be, for example, 2005, or no, it was 2004. Tough Enough, Daniel Puder, pointed out, Kurt Angle about made him actually tapped out in a shoot match on SmackDown. And what happened to him? He got, beat up by Guerrero, Benoit, and Hardcore Holly for his efforts.
Yeah, I still think that's petty beyond belief. I
agree, yes, but that's my point of anything can happen no matter who you are. So this whole, celebrities shouldn't be able to do this, or shouldn't be able to have, or Logan Paul shouldn't have been able to have that good of a match against Roman at Crown Jewel. No. If they train, they're good. Yeah, let's see it.
Exactly.
Sorry for the rant, JJ.
No, it's okay.
It's open mic night. This is what it's for.
It's also a fair tangent because, again, not everybody gets it overnight. And there are some that literally get it overnight.
That is true.
Mm-hmm.
I have a topic that I wanted to bring to the forefront that I know Noah would appreciate if you guys will allow it.
We will definitely allow it, but hold on just a second because we did get another $5 super chat from Emmanuel.
Yeah, there we go.
He said, Seth shouldn't win the world title in my opinion because I feel he would want to show the world he can beat Roman one-on-one if they do Roman loses. Oh, no holds barred if they do Roman's loses.
Okay, Seth is going to win the title. He's on Raw. Seth Rollins deserves it. He is their. I want to say, I think Cody's like their number one baby face right now on Raw, but I think in my opinion,
maybe
it's like 1A, 1B, Cody and Seth. I mean, everywhere you go, Seth. Seth is great in the ring. He's proved it time and time again. Yeah, he might have had the whole thing with Finn Balor back at SummerSlam, and this thing with Sting at Night of Champions, but accidents happen,
Just like Rich Holland.
Everybody's human. Shit happens. Get over it, people. Yep. But Seth Rollins is a great in-ring worker. He is great on the mic. His Joker laugh right now is like off the charts with me. I love it every single week. His theme song right now is over the top. Go back. I mean, they don't show the full 12 minutes, but in Paris, France, they sang his song for over 12 minutes. That's how over this guy is right now in the WWE. He deserves that title. He deserves that title. And he will make it to where it's not. The titles in WWE right now is a thing just to sell merch and to give to the Super Bowl team or the NHL team that wins the Stanley Cup or the MLB for the World Series. But Seth Rollins is going to make that title more relevant than Roman Reigns in that WWE Universal title. People are going to forget about the 1,000 days when Seth Rollins becomes a title because you're going to see that title on Raw every single Monday, whereas the Universal title that's supposed to be, like I think I said this last week on the Open Mic Night too. It might have been on another show, but at this point, the WWE title is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. The Universal title has overshadowed the WWE title.
Yep.
Because that's the one that's actually got the almost 1,000 days.
Yeah,
to it.
And I think the WWE title that Roman has, he's had it since last year WrestleMania 38 when he beat Lesnar for it. So that's over a year now. But still, and like people, like I said last week too, people people crapped on the Universal title when it first came out. Oh, it's this blue ugly title, this and that, and this and that. You know, nobody's gonna care about the WWE title. Now people are saying the same thing. You know, I don't know. Seth is gonna win it. He's gonna win it. He's gonna have he's gonna have a lengthy reign with it. Not as long as Roman Reigns, obviously, but you know, he's gonna be the first new world heavyweight champion with this title in this modern era. So,
by the way, it's funny you mentioned that because there was a video somewhere where
people crap on the AEW title when it first came out.
Yeah, that is true, but
people crap on anything. Just put it out there.
But
yeah, you're right. No,
I think there was some justifiable shit because again, it just kind of looks like a road back from mountains. But there was somebody that on 2K14 that did outline work on the world title and showed the design like of the lions and the tigers or whatever on each side. And I never noticed that before until the guy actually made those outlines. Like he blackened those outlines to make it pop more. And I'm like, that little extra notch made that like way better. Like it made it way more pretty. Again, go check it out when you get a chance. I forget the guy's name off the top of my head, but you should be able to find it. Like WWE World Title Improved 2023 or something like that. Actually, 2K23, excuse me, looks really good. I don't know. Maybe take something out of that guy's approach with it because again, I think it just looks way better now.
Yeah, camera doesn't do this gold belt justice. That's really the problem. You don't see the actual details.
That's my thing. So, and I don't think it would have in the game either. What the guy did was make it more camera friendly and still make it look good in person as well. So that's why I'm saying like people should probably take a look at that.
With the lions on this title, it reminds me of the NXT UK title with the lions on there.
A little bit. Of course, the lion and the horse, they have more of a symbolism to them according to UK, I guess, roots.
Yeah.
As far as doing either both lions or a lion horse, once we ever get a true, nice physical picture of the actual in-depth design of the title, it really comes down to, camera work. But going off what you said earlier, Big G, I've been saying it for the longest time. WWE title has been an accessory to the Blue Universal Championship since its existence. You might as well retire it. All it is another 10 pounds of Roman shoulder that he doesn't need. It's presentation standpoint, it's marketing, it's branding.
Yep.
As far as this title goes, if this is the new era of WWE, then this is the title that will begin it. Seth freaking Rollins has been the predominant face of Monday nights for as long as I can remember. So he makes the perfect choice to be the first guy to bear it and pass it up to the next guy that could hold it and be the next Monday Night Rollins or Mr. Monday Nights, whoever that may be. Whether it's JD McDonough, whether it's somebody else that's been on Monday Night Raw just working utility, that remains to be seen. But yeah, you farm it in for the ratings, but you start something off, you see what you can do with it. There's not a bigger star right now on Monday Night Raw than Seth freaking Rollins to hold this championship, let alone start off with it. So it makes sense as far as the way they went. I mean, at the end of the day of the tournament, it was just a ratings grab.
Now.
And this is the third time Rollins will be in the finals to crown the first ever of a championship.
You're right.
Which is all
he was in
titles.
the finals for the NXT World Title against Jinder Mahal.
Yep.
You won?
He was in the finals against Finn Balor for the Universal title.
And lost.
And he's in the finals against AJ for this title.
Which he will win. Now,
more than likely.
I have a couple things to say. One on Seth Rollins, one on the new title. I'm saying that so people keep myself on track. Rollins. Like Big G said, 12 minutes in Paris of whoa. Even Triple H during the draft. Like, he was directing it. And they wouldn't stop even when Triple H was, when he kept doing it, he had to try and speak over them to continue on with the draft. The dude has proved himself. I mean, again, yes, like, I was ticked when Balor got injured because of Seth. But, I mean, the match they had on Raw, my gosh, it was beautiful. And Balor paid homage to that moment when he put Seth through the barricade the exact same way. So I think that was a good callback. It was a great match. I mean, this is the thing I'll say. To put all the Seth Rollins doubters and haters to bed. Seth Rollins got a good match out of Omos.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Enough said. And yes,
well
that was Triple H throwing Vince a bone, but I digress on that. Seth got a good match out of Omos. That shows you his talent.
But he's
got the world heavyweight title.
Got to throw Vince a bone.
I do think the plan probably is to make the world heavyweight title mean more than the WWE Universal title, even until or even when Cody wins it from Reigns and hopefully brings back. I don't think he'll bring back the exact Winged Eagle, like this wasn't exactly big gold. I think he'll bring back a new version of Winged Eagle. But you have to remember, there was also a time in WWE where the World Heavyweight title was technically higher and more prestigious than the WWE title.
Yep.
I don't mean it immediately when it was brought back and just awarded to Triple H, but you talk about the end of 03, that era, to all the way to Batista having to relinquish the World Heavyweight title. I will dare say, during that time, the World Heavyweight title was more prestigious and ranked higher by WWE's own standards than the WWE Championship.
I would agree with you up until the point where Cena got the belt and got drafted to Raw. Because I think that was before Batista had to surrender the world title due to injury.
Yeah.
And the fact that they were bringing the WWE title back to the A show at the time showed that it had kind of overtaken that belt.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think in the course of 2005, with the matches Cena had, it worked to get back to that point. I will honestly say, though, it didn't get to that point fully until WrestleMania 22.
I disagree because as soon as Cena got put on Raw, he had that classic with Jericho.
That is true.
But the reason before James does his
go ahead.
My reference for part of this is especially when you look at the WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2006 game that came out in 05. When you go to the part that says title match in the games, what title is ranked first in that game? The World Heavyweight Championship.
We're going by
So you're using a video game as your basis? W-O comes before WW in the alphabet, Josh. I'm just saying.
Listen, shut up. Shut it. Yeah, the three of you. Noah, thank you for being silent, even though I see you shaking your head.
That doesn't mean, just because he's silent doesn't mean
I'm not basing it just off that. I'm basing it just off in general thinking of how that title was booked. Who had that? I mean, Triple H of all people held that title. You know, the world title.
Yeah, he did. He held it all right. He held it hostage.
He did, and he was the main guy. And who'd you have on SmackDown? JBL? And you only had JBL because, as Paul Heyman famously said, say it with me, folks. The only reason JBL was champion for a year was because Triple H didn't want to work Tuesdays.
No, I'm sick of hearing this. No, stop
it's true, though. Damn it.
Callback.
And here's the counter to that. Here's the counter to that. During JBL's entire run, Triple H was only champion for like 4 months.
Yeah, that is true. That is fair.
I mean, fair enough, but it's still...
From when he took it off of Randy Orton until he lost it to Batista. So maybe a little bit more than 4 months, but still, like JBL was champion for a lot longer, and there were other people with the world title during that run than just Triple H.
Fair enough, but
There was a guy that can't be mentioned on television anymore by the name of Chris Benoit, and then there was also Randy Orton.
Yep.
And then there was Batista, and then there was Khali. Well, yeah, Khali. That was a thing.
And you know what? So many people shit on Khali as champion.
Poor guy couldn't walk. He got an injury that was catastrophic.
I didn't think it was that bad.
No, I liked Khali when he was champion.
I think it's funny to look back on for me.
Khali's run was him as champion.
It's because it was so bad. It's good now. There's at least that, because like at least you get the funny moments where he's holding the fucking belt upside down.
I mean, at the end of the day, Khali's reign of champion was still better than the December to Dismember pay-per-view.
That's a very low bar.
That's a very low bar. We don't talk about that show for reasons. It shouldn't exist.
Dude, me and you should do a retro call of that shit just because.
Well, if you guys pay him money and you make him do it, then at least let me and Owen and do a retro so Noah can give his full wrath to that show.
Please.
For real, like me and you, I think it would be hilarious because whereas I am normally the guy that's cracking jokes and being the color analyst, I feel like Noah would just be like, what the fuck is this shit that I'm watching here? And I'm going to be the one that's actually trying to treat it seriously.
Noah just looks at Matt Striker. He goes, "Who's this bargain bin? Who's this bargain bin? Fucking what's the guy's name from that had the train and shit from PBS? Why am I blanking on his name? Who's this bargain bin, Mr. Rogers?"
Hey now, I like Matt Striker on commentary.
This is when Striker was a performer.
What?
Yes.
This is when Striker was still a performer.
Exactly.
Yes, and he got taken to wrestlers' court for saying that the which one of the locker rooms was worse than the other. I forget which. And then he actually stood up to JBL to take his punishment, and JBL backed off. But I digress. To Matthew's comment, I was actually about to say this, but yeah, pretty much this right here.
I agree.
Well, to be fair, but that's also because to be fair, Jinder should have worked. They just booked it like shit. To
no,
be
we
fair.
shouldn't have. Don't you start that, Bull.
You really want to challenge me on that? Because I know people that would have had a field day with that. You want to watch the Adam video? Adam Blompier booked it, and he booked it way better.
Again,
he's a friend of Jeff.
Now, again, I enjoy Adam Blompier videos as much as anyone. Trust me, I do. But here's the thing. That is one thing I would disagree with that man on. Jinder Mahal should have never been champion. He should have never beat Randy Orton. Period. End of freaking story. It was they tried it to get the India views up and everything while they were expanding their market in there.
Yeah.
Guess what? He still sucked as a champion. Should have never happened. Period. End of story. I don't give a crap about Indus Sheer with him or in that thing, no matter if Veer is coming or not.
Veer's just going to end up somewhere lost again. And
okay, you know what? I might get some heat for this comment, but fuck it. You could say the same goddamn thing about Ron Simmons in WCW.
Explain.
At the end of the day, they just fucking pulled his name out of a hat to win the championship.
Yeah, true.
That is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was Ron Simmons doing in WCW at the time to make him worthy of being a world champion contender?
Nothing. You're right. Actually, no. There was points where he was a contender.
No, he was still working with Doom. Like, they literally had to break Doom up because they pulled his name out of a hat.
Yes, I get that, but also you got to remember Halloween Havoc 92 with him and Luger, though.
Okay, but still, that would be like fucking pulling Marty Jannetty's name out of a fucking hat and having the Rockers break up so Jannetty could become world champion. Like, the shit.
That is true, but still, hey, listen.
In an alternate
I
timeline.
love Ron Simmons. Don't get me wrong. Farouk was amazing, but he should not have been WCW champion.
You were saying no.
Timeline. Maya Janae is the one that put Shawn Michaels through the window. Where are we today?
Oh, no.
Isn't that also technically what they did to Bradshaw for the WWE title?
And at the end of the day, freaking Jannetty just jumped through the window anyways.
Yeah.
He did. Nobody jumped through. I don't remember a jump. I just remember he threw himself in the window. I don't think he jumped.
Not breakaway glass, though.
When I think of jump, I'm thinking of him doing the Mario, swing his arms from side to side and all that.
What the? Oh, because I said damn. I was like, damn.
Damn.
Hey, you got a shirt out of it.
He did.
Yeah, right?
Hall of Fame induction.
Bad for Ron Simmons if that's all he's known for nowadays.
Right?
Not really. I mean,
people remember the APA. They remember that too.
They remember the APA. Hey, Nation of Domination.
Remember him win the world title because he was the first African American to win the world title back in the day.
To be fair, there is that.
Right? Yes, but you drag him out on TV any time of the past 4 years. All you do is you have him the camera stare on him for like 10 seconds of awkward silence until he shouts, "Damn!"
You know how much money he makes off of that?
Fair enough, but still.
I'm sure he has like a Legends contract, so he gets paid to show up every once in a while and say, "All right, here."
I wonder if he gets paid for each
Thank
time
you
he
for
says
the dollar,
"damn"
Ryan.
or each appearance.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah,
Ryan.
for each damn.
That's
And
fair.
the answer is yes, Noah.
I have a question. May I introduce a topic that Noah would be happy about?
Yes. We said that you could, but then I wanted to get that super chat topic.
So this is going to be a question, Noah. What was the announcement that Tony Khan made this week for the 50 millionth week in a row?
The announcement he made this week was that there's going to be an announcement next week.
Wait.
Yes.
Noah, is that right?
There was no announcement this week.
No.
Yeah,
is that right?
Some sort of announcements happening. For the love of God, this is getting annoying. Some sort of announcements happening next week, Wednesday, I believe, either during Dynamite or after Dynamite
During
on
Dynamite, I believe,
TNT
again.
or some nonsense like that. But I guess a press release or just a rebuttal by Tony Schiavone is too much to ask to save TV time to book another talent on your show that has been underutilized. But what do I know?
There is.
So from what I understand,
he's going to make an announcement next week.
From what I understand, and take this with a grain of salt, but from what I understand, there's like a convention or a meeting with the Warner Discovery Board or something, like a little convention of all the properties and stuff within.
Okay.
On that day, and the heavy rumor is that it's either going to be the Collision announcement, which pretty much everybody knows anyway, so why the fuck would they waste their time with that? Or it would be something streaming.
With Max.
It wouldn't surprise me if it's Max. You've been seeing more commercials for Max. You see all the stuff about WBD. It just sounds like Max to me is the most logical step. If it means that the pay-per-views go from Bleacher Report to Max, I'll take it and go from there. It's not like I'll watch anything else.
Oh my God, Bleacher Report sucks donkey butt.
Yeah, don't remind me, Big J. I got my pay-per-view purchase across 2 different accounts because Roku fucked everything up.
That's why I went to. That's why I went to Amazon Fire Stick. I couldn't stand Roku anymore.
The thing is, with Roku, it doesn't allow you to sign in with Google. So on the PC, I'm signed in with Google originally when I started my Bleacher Report account. But since I can't do that on my TV, had to create a new account. So it's like, okay, I got all my purchases, but they're stuck underneath 2 accounts, and I can't trust the one account. Fucked up service.
I see, and a lot of people criticize Tony because he said that the announcement would be Wednesday on TNT. And everyone's like, don't you mean TBS instead what channel Dynamite's on?
That's when you
and
know
he was
you've
like,
made too
no,
many
I actually meant
announcements."
TNT.
So that means one of 2 things as far as I'm concerned as somebody who doesn't really watch or look at a TV schedule. He's either A, going to have an advertisement or some sort of tiny block as soon as Dynamite goes off the air for something to air on TNT, or it's going to be on TNT social media in some way or capacity, maybe Twitter Spaces. I don't really know. What the fuck? I don't know.
But yeah, there's supposed to be some kind of huge convention for like the HBO Max to Max deal and Warner Discovery and all that stuff, and something is supposed to be announced there that is going to then be announced on AEW. That's what the rumor is anyways.
Can we just get them to fucking reconcile or fire one of the sides already? Like, can we stop with these announcements? What's the announcement? Oh, go have one next week. That's the announcement.
Just do it during a fucking commercial break. Picture bullshit and quit wasting my time.
Why can't
Yeah,
it be
pretty
on
much.
social media?
Tony Khan is a waste of time, but I digress.
Why can't he do it during a commercial?
Any billionaire is a waste of fucking time, Josh.
This is again why I don't want the Jaguars to ever win a Super Bowl, because I don't ever want to see Triple H having to present Tony Khan with the WWE Championship belt.
I don't care.
I highly doubt that would ever happen.
I actually do want that to happen for the memes. I'm sorry.
No,
right?
I don't even have a dog in that fight. I just want to see it happen.
I can't. But I will say this about the whole. Again, Tony Khan's announcements are stupid and as annoying and old as the whole Veer is coming thing. But
well, Veer came, so and it was
Veer
messy.
came. Tony Khan's
Veer
announcements
came,
ain't
left,
popping,
and came back.
sadly. But Veer's coming again, as we know.
Everyone was grossed out.
So, gosh, we're being bad tonight.
Whatever.
Tell
I'm
him,
not
Noah
gonna bring
Cassidy.
JJ and James with that one, and Noah's just nope, no selling. But I will say if their pay-per-views go on HBO Max or whatever it's called, if the price is lowered a lot more, I may consider watching AEW pay-per-views. Maybe.
Well, see, that's the thing is, like, we kind of got into this a little bit last week, but it kind of got diverted, as some of our discussions do, into turning into the whole Punk and elite thing. It's like, if they move the pay-per-views to streaming, I think they're going to be able, people are going to be able to view them as part of the streaming package. You're not going to have to pay for the extra, I don't think.
Right.
Because that's the way most streaming services are. Is like, if you pay for this service, you get everything that comes with it. So if Double or Nothing is on the service, you get Double or Nothing for the $10, $20, whatever it is you pay for the streaming service.
Yeah,
there's no additional charge.
Like with Peacock and WWE.
Yeah.
Itself, though.
Which again,
So
if
it's
that
like
does happen,
that's great. I mean, there may be a second tier added to it, like like Peacock has like the general tier and then like the
Premium.
extended tier, the premium that
Ad-free.
has the WWE network and everything. So maybe you've got to bump up and pay an extra $5 or $10 to go to the next level, which will include the AEW content. But for an extra $10 a month as opposed to $50 a pay-per-view, I'd do that.
If
Then I'd
AEW
actually be able to see the pay-per-views with y'all instead of just having to listen to y'all call it.
right?
It is.
If AEW was smart and they did do it, the Max thing, they can do it like WWE does, and they can put a library on there.
Hey, listen,
for
it's better than
AEW.
Well, I mean, they
better than
don't
the UFC
have enough
methods.
content for a library, I don't think.
Agree.
Well, at least the I would say like not like actual like content from like Dynamite, but like all their past pay-per-views, starting from like All In back in when the first All In was, back in 2018, 2019, whatever it was.
The only
That's
way
still like 20 shows or less, Big G. I don't know if that really justifies.
That's true.
The only way I could see it being justified is if they moved the Honor Club as well, and then you had the 20 years of Ring of Honor library as well.
I don't think Ring of Honor will be part of that. I think they're going to keep that as a separate thing on its own.
Yeah, they're going to keep the Honor Club. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And for what it is, I mean, it works. I've watched back El Generico and Kevin Steen, OGK Kingdom, Mark Briscoe, Jay Briscoe, God rest his soul. And of course, the latest Ring of Honor episodes, the latest era of Ring of Honor shows, I've enjoyed since the beginning. And not to begin, being part of commentary now makes it a little bit more worthwhile for me, too. Good episode this week, by the way.
I think I will say, as much as like the whole pay-per-view thing is like outdated, I'm sure with Tony, it also is way better than the UFC method, which I don't know. Does anybody know how that works?
No.
Okay,
No.
so you have to pay a subscription fee to ESPN Plus, which you have to do through Disney Plus, but then you have to also pay for ESPN Plus because ESPN is stingy like that. And then that's not all. So you're paying two different subscriptions, one within another one, and then you're paying for the pay-per-view full price afterwards.
Isn't like UFC like still like $70 or $80?
Yeah, that in all total it's $80. Yeah,
And they still make bank.
and
Hey, people are willing to spend money on anything.
fucking.
Noah's in a mood tonight, so that we got a goth Noah tonight.
I
Or
think,
no, we
I
have
think
Judgment
Noah's
Day
been in
Noah
the mood
tonight.
for a while, to be fair. Which is, I feel bad.
We love you, Noah.
He just sits there.
No
I'll be honest,
selling.
I've been worried about Noah all week.
He has, like, when we were backstage before we came on the show, he asked if Noah was okay.
Yeah, I've been asking too myself. I've also asked Noah. I asked him after we were done with the Double or Nothing review.
Love you, buddy.
Love you, dude.
All right, so we're going to take another commercial here. Again, I've got some comments starred. We'll get to those after the commercial. If you want to make sure that your question or your comment is addressed, super chat, simple as that. We'll be right back. So there you go. That's everything coming up on the Jeff Meacham Network side of the Multiverse of Media over the course of the month. Lots of good stuff.
May
19th. What?
I said May 19th.
No,
You're right.
No.
May 19th.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
Oh,
He's not even wrestling anymore. The gimmick's dead.
Not yet.
Oh,
Well, don't count your chickens before the hatch now.
That's fair. That's fair.
He might come back. You never know.
Yeah, true. Legends contract.
Jeff is not here currently. He was feeling under the weather earlier, but he said that he was going to set a timer for 10 o'clock Pacific, which is 1 o'clock your time, I think.
correct.
So depending on where you are, King Mike, if you're East Coast, West Coast, he'll be here hopefully in the next half hour, 45 minutes or so, assuming that his alarm actually wakes him up.
And
So,
assuming he's actually feeling better.
yeah, right?
Sure.
Jeff's had a rough go of the past few weeks since Mania.
He's dealing with a broken hand.
He had COVID right before that, after Mania.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has had a rough
go. Mania. Yeah.
We love you, Jeff.
Love you, Jeff.
Get well soon.
So I feel like this has been addressed a lot on the channel here, especially in recent months. But a lot of people mentioned it in the chat room earlier. So I figured since we don't have anything to talk about, we'll just go ahead and run through it for about the 15th or 20th time here in the last couple of months. What do we think about Bianca Belair turning heel?
I don't know. I mean, you mentioned.
Hold on. Let's just go through all of these here. Still feel they should have put the title on Io or turned Bianca heel, but it is what it is.
Yes to both.
I'm just bored of Asuka and or Io jobbing to Bianca. Io doesn't need damage control now. They both deserve better, and they had the chance to make Bianca heel and failed to do it. But wait, there's more. There's nobody on the SmackDown roster built good enough to beat Bianca now.
Wait,
I can think of a couple. I can think of a couple.
That's the last one there
Charlotte's
regarding
there,
the
don't
Bianca
say that.
heel thing.
Charlotte, dude, I like Charlotte, but Charlotte is not better than Bianca. Let's get that straight right now.
We're gonna do whatever's
No
players
way.
because no one beats the Queen. Then maybe Bianca turns heel.
So, okay. I'm going to say my piece and then I'm going to shut the fuck up because I feel like I say the same thing every time this is brought up.
You do.
Thank you, Noah. Love you too. Bianca is the female Cena. How many times did WWE have the opportunity to pull the trigger and turn Cena heel? And how many times did they do it? Go ahead. I'll wait.
No.
Bueller. His Make-A-Wish, his merch sales,
Yes.
the way the kids look up to him is every reason why they didn't pull it.
Yep.
Gee, who has the same thing going for them right now? Bianca Belair.
Yeah.
But
She
I would like,
is not going to turn heel anytime soon. Now, with Triple H in control, I see him taking more of a risk than Vince was willing to do back in the day. Because there's another guy who was very popular in the 80s and even the early 90s who told kids to, say prayers and take vitamins that Vince just never pulled the trigger on. And then he went to a different company and started a revolutionary group as a heel and became one of the hottest things ever.
Yep.
Brother. I feel like Triple H is more willing to take that chance than Vince would, but not yet.
Vince learned
Not
that
until Bianca finishes making the history that she's doing right now. And
I
that
agree.
history gets made on July 30th, 2023.
Just prior to SummerSlam.
when she
When
passes
she
Trish.
becomes the longest reigning black champion in WWE history. Period.
Mm-hmm. Which she should.
Everybody needs to just realize that it's not going to happen
Yeah, I agree.
until at least SummerSlam. Because by then she will have passed that historical run.
Yep.
And then if they do Charlotte versus Bianca like they're rumored for SummerSlam, we all know the Queen comes back from her hiatus and becomes champion again. Because that's what Charlotte Flair do.
For the 17th time.
Woo!
Although it would only be 15 by their count.
Fuck their count.
I know. Don't get snappy at me, boy. I'm just saying that's their count. I realize
No
that she's
sassy
already a
Noah.
16-time champion, okay? I've been watching your NXT, damn it. I know. But they'll probably do that, which will cause Bianca to turn heel and then get her victory back at Mania and finally conquer the fourth horsewoman. So trust the process, just like me and Jeff have been saying about the Cody story. Bianca will turn heel, just not yet.
We got a Trish heel turn, so
And
let's be
and how
content
good
with
is her Trish heel turn doing?
So freaking amazing.
Really?
I love it.
I love me some Trish Stratus. Don't get me wrong. I would rather watch paint dry than listen to her promos.
I love it.
Her promos have been bad
agree.
lately.
I agree.
I love Trish heel turn, but
I love Trish too, but her promos have been fucking god awful lately.
That's what you get with a
Fair
WWE heavily
enough.
scripted promo. Would you expect anything more?
I'd rather listen to Asuka try to talk English than listen to a Trish promo.
I agree.
Okay,
Because it
fair
was
enough.
entertaining. How
It's
about
like-
dude? What happened to Trish too? Because she used to be really good.
She's getting older.
I was gonna say let's
guess it don't
be
be
fair.
in the
She's
ring
in her
then.
mid-40s.
Yeah.
Almost 50s.
I just
Oh.
want to say real quick, because I don't think I've ever actually said anything on this Bianca thing.
You haven't.
What was that, Noah?
You haven't.
Exactly. So let me just say, I wouldn't mind seeing her turn heel. I think they could do it before SummerSlam, but we'll see.
They
Will
would
she lose
have
the title
no
before them?
reason
Probably
to.
not. But I do think that Triple H might take that risk with Bianca. Maybe, like you said, Vince didn't do that with Cena, didn't do that with Hogan. Learned his lesson with Roman, but even heel Roman is starting to become early 90s Hulk Hogan. I will dare say right now. He's starting to become that level of annoying, and which is why I think he's going to lose that title sooner rather than later. But I digress. So that's hell no.
May
I did 100% disagree, Ryan Dempsey.
May I say something?
I will say something about that comparison as a man who loves both of those women.
Hello?
Bianca has the work rate. Jade has everything else. She's got the charisma.
Yeah.
She's got the entertainment factor. She's a little bit better on the microphone than Bianca. Bianca's the better wrestler. Jade's the better entertainer.
Agree.
I think Bianca can be a good entertainer.
So let me Noah agree with me here. When Bianca first came into NXT, was she or was she not a heel when she first debuted?
She was an obnoxious heel that worked.
And was not the EST gimmick telling her that she's better than everybody?
Yep.
That's why she's the greatest, the fastest, the toughest, and I feel like this EST gimmick has worn itself out.
Yep.
It has. I don't mind her as a baby face. Don't get me wrong, because she is one of the top baby faces. But this EST gimmick started off as a heel gimmick, saying that she's better than everybody, but yet she's still sticking with it. And she's like, "Oh yeah, you can't have WrestleMania without EST in it." Isn't that kind of like heelish, or like I'm the greatest, I'm the fast? That's still heelish to me, because that's what we knew, what Noah and I knew. Yes, I'm still awake, Daniel. But yeah, it started off as a heel thing, and it's run its course. It's run its course. I would love to see Bianca heel again, because then it's just gonna get boring. It's gonna get boring.
I hear you. And one of the first things I noticed about Bianca, because you keep in mind, I came into this, she was already full-blown babyface.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Yep.
But when I first got on back into this and I started listening to the wrestling themes on my Spotify, I realized how heelish the lyrics of her song are.
Yeah, I'm on my own,
Yeah, I'm on my own against the wall. I never needed you at all. You think I'll fall down? I'm going to watch you fall down. I never needed you at all. It's like, okay, this isn't exactly a babyface bop, but I can groove to it. I realized how heel it was, and I said then, that she needed to be heel. But then I started to see the crowd reaction. I started to see the little girls outside the arenas with the long ponytail braid, dressed like her. And especially last summer when she was feuding with Becky and dressed like Becky too. And their best friends going dressed as Bianca and Becky. And it's like, this is everything they wanted from Sasha Banks. And Sasha didn't deliver it.
Mm-hmm.
And not only did she not deliver it, she picked up her bag and walked out of the company. Now, I'm not here to get down that road. Mercedes seems to be living her best life right now with New Japan. She's making moves. She's living her dream. I'm not going to knock her on that. I might knock the way she began that journey, but she's living her best life. Let her live that life right now.
Right.
Bianca is everything they wanted from Sasha, especially to that market and demographic, the young black girls.
Yep.
Right.
That was no more evident than her WrestleMania entrance with the Divas of Compton. You turn her heel, you lose all of that. And now isn't the time to pull that trigger.
No, you're right. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. But yeah, it's just, I mean, us as people, I don't know. We have like, I don't want to say we have like a short attention span.
We do.
We do.
Mm-hmm.
But like, and we're known as wrestling fans. We get bored of things after a while.
Mm-hmm.
We get bored of things after a while, you know.
I
and
agree.
it's just not with WWE. It's with AEW. It's with New Japan. It's with Ring of Honor. With Impact, you get bored after seeing somebody as like nothing against Roman and nothing against Bianca with these long title reigns, or even Gunther with this long title reign, you know. But people are gonna get bored of them and they're gonna turn on them.
Mm-hmm.
Just like they did. They got bored of Cena, and look what happened. The crowd turned on Cena. I mean, the adults, the 18 and 49 turned on Cena, but the young kids and the females were still cheering for Cena.
Well, young kids don't know necessarily how to change their mind on something. They latch on to anything.
Yeah, Noah's right on that, to be fair.
Yeah, okay,
not
JJ.
to mention,
time
too.
out. JJ saying something. Time out.
Go ahead, JJ.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man whose name is on the marquee, the man who the crowd has been asking for, the West Coast professor, Jeff motherfucking Meacham is in the house.
Hey, how we doing, everybody?
He's got a combination of Mickey Mouse and Michael P.S. Hayes going on.
Yeah, what the hell's up with this? This is a weird.
Cosmic jacket, the sorcerer Mickey Ears, who defeats the Maleficent dragon at the end of Phantasmic.
For real nowadays, apparently.
Phantasmic background.
Yeah,
because I believe today is the anniversary.
31 years ago today.
There you go.
Interesting.
Fair move. All I did, I saw the jacket and I was like, when did Michael P.S. Hayes show up in the chat?
So I'm gonna go. Thank you, Josh, for ruining my my fantastic look by calling me Michael P.S. fucking Hayes. Appreciate that. I'm gonna get the dude out of here. You know, man, thanks. Anyway. You weren't trying, but you sure did. Anyway,
I'm sorry, Jeff.
You should be sorry. You and your damn Twitter responses to Family Feud this weekend alone was enough to piss me off.
Yes, JJ already talked about that. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I am sorry.
Well, hopefully the way I put it up today was more than clear with the music and everything, what I was trying to go for. So, you know.
I'm sorry. I know you were already pissed. My bad.
I wasn't pissed. I wasn't pissed at all. I was getting a kick out of the haha about it, to be honest with you.
It was pretty funny.
It was pretty funny. Yes. Again, you know, the hat doesn't show up because if I tilt up, then it ruins the fact I have a green screen on. But, you know, yeah, anyway, it kind of is what it is.
We have years.
Yeah, I know. Yes. But yes, gotta have the ears on, you know. But everybody's on the outfit. I promise I'll change after the break, but I wanted to give a little Phantasmic love because, damn it, it wasn't getting enough love as it is before the fire. And everybody's like, oh, it's good. It didn't ruin the show. We're just going to run the B show for a couple months till we get the dragon back and better than ever. That's all.
Yeah. Hopefully less fire hazardy.
Well, you know what though? It's funny if you watch the video. Not trust me, I've watched it a lot because it was traumatic. God,
what was more traumatic, watching Murphy catch fire or the car accident?
Well, considering they happened nearly back-to-back weeks, it's been a fucked up couple of weeks for good old JM. But anyway,
I said that earlier when you weren't here.
Golly, I will say that it's very clear what happened. It's very clear that despite all the maintenance we've done on that poor dragon over the years, she just was not. Murphy's Law definitely hit that poor beast, and it was what it was, and it is what it is now, and we just have to, send the ashes and the head back to Glendale and go, we can make her better. We have the technology. So
there you go.
It is what it is.
But for feeling good enough to join us here.
Yes, again, sorry.
We're basically in the fan-dictated chat portion of the show. We've already done the one topic that we had. We had about 5 people ask about Bianca turning heel, and that's kind of where we were at this point. I gave the same dissertation I've given about every week for the last 3.5 months about Bianca turning heel.
Right.
By the way, to respond to your answer to your question or your statement, Big G, there is one exception to that rule about people getting bored with stuff in wrestling. MJF.
Yeah. No, because even he's gone stale. Honestly,
has he?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. James, anything in wrestling could go stale at any time to anybody.
I think he's interesting.
Honestly, and this may be a hot take here for the active fans that have watched longer than me, I feel like MJF's reign has kind of gotten on the Hangman Adam Page level.
Yeah, it really has.
And it's of no fault to Max's.
Right.
Because the whole shit happened. And let's please not get into a 30-minute diatribe about Punk and the Elite.
Please.
But everything that happened
for 1 week, can we not? Yeah.
Everything that happened at the All-Out Media Scrum kind of derailed any potential rematches
it
between
did.
Punk and Max and just killed his momentum.
Yeah.
To where we've kind of had to improvise his title reign, and we did the thing with Brian, which was awesome. We're doing this 4-pillar thing, which is going to be what it's going to be.
Right.
And then where do we go from there?
Yes. Exactly.
Max's reign has really fallen flat.
Yeah, because
it had potential to be the next John Cena reign. The guy that everybody got behind and kind of willed to the championship, and he finally became the champion, the face, the young lion that was going to lead things.
Right.
And it's fallen flatter than fucking Batista.
I will say this. I'm more excited for this 4-player fatal 4-way than Roman and Solo versus Sammy and KO.
Okay. So I would. Jay, you and I were talking about this over the week that I was. It's crazy. I was there yesterday. It feels like I was there a week and a half ago. It's been such a long damn day. Like literally, guys, I was as green as this when I woke up this morning. That's why I was gone the first half of the show, because I felt like this going out of both directions. It was awful day. Anyway,
Elizabeth, I'm starring that comment. We will come to that.
Absolutely. Max's reign has, like you said, JJ, it's hit that Hangman Page level. We enjoyed the chase.
Yes.
And he got it.
Yes.
Now what? Like, it was always supposed to be him and Punk having a series of matches, a la Punk and Joe, a la Cena and Orton wrestling 564 times in the last 5 years, things like that. But it wasn't possible because everybody decided to get their panties in the bunch in Chicago. So, and again, we're not going down that rabbit hole because JJ made me swear I wouldn't this week anyway. But yeah, if whatever happens in the 4 Pillars match, and yes, I am looking forward to that more than Roman and Solo, if only because the Roman Solo part of challenging KO and Sammy is traumatizing my poor niece right now. I'm sure, having watched SmackDown, because the bloodline's going to break up and it's bad.
She'll be better.
Damn, you're as cold.
Noah's been cold all night.
When Noah is as cold to the kids as Virtue was to Lady Aaron's son at AEW crying over the blood in the cage, it's a bad weekend for Noah Foster.
Noah's heel tonight. Noah turned heel.
Noah turned heel while I was absent. Well, damn, that means I can't be salty ass high sodium Jeff. I'm sad now. I can't.
He was dropping F-bombs like crazy, telling us to
Wow.
I was gonna say James has been pretty clean mouthed, and Noah's been the potty mouth today.
It's a different dynamic
It's opposite
tonight.
day.
It's actually kind of. I'm actually scared.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
scared too.
James. To be fair, somebody has to keep the sale of that shirt going. If it's not going to be you, it might as well be Noah. Okay,
That is fair. That is
fair. That shirt will never go off zero as long as it's for sale. Anyway,
of course he did because they've got cookies.
We got cookies. I have Poofidus. That's why I'm going back to work tomorrow. Anyway.
So are we finding other ways to pimp out Noah to make money?
No. Don't use the pimp word. Don't use
that.
the P word. Yeah, seriously. He's going to reach through with his dark side of the force and force choke your ass.
And also, you called him Michael PSAs with that hat. That's a bad timing. That's really bad timing.
Damn.
Yeah, man.
So while we're on this topic, Daniel said, should MJF drop the title at Double or Nothing or at All In? One of the pay-per-views here through the end of the year, because he basically does every pay-per-view through the rest of the year here.
Right.
Okay. And who would it be to? I don't think he should lose it at Double or Nothing.
No.
But I could see him dropping it at All In or All Out, depending on who they put him against.
Sammy Guevara.
No.
I can't be Sammy.
No. Okay, so here's my and I'm gonna go change because it's really hot in this coat and this hat. I got the air blowing in both ends and I'm like, fuck, this is why we don't do Phantasmic out during the daytime in summer because Jesus. If the only way I think Max is going to hang on to the title until the big 2024 negotiations start with his contract that they've been teasing for about a year and a half now.
Agree.
So that's going to be the thing. Max will not lose a championship this calendar year. I said it and I stand by it. I would go the Josh route and bet money, but I don't have money to throw away because I ain't been at work for a fucking month and a half. Just saying.
Which is why he's got the Disney synergy going right now because he doesn't want to piss off the Masca Mafia.
Well, where I misspoke, I pissed off enough because I'm reminding people that hey, we don't have the real show right now.
And I have a problem, Jeff? Huh?
Yeah, and we're honestly not getting the show back at all until the 28th at the earliest, from what I keep hearing now. So it's it is what it is. Max should not lose a championship this calendar year because him having the championship has that. I don't want to put the bad juju on Max, but has that Bret Hart going into Survivor Series status where he's the champion, but he's not going to be under contract anymore. What the hell is going to happen here? You want that vibe in a positive way, knowing it's a thing because we're in the internet age and not just have this, monumental, let's fuck him on his way out thing because we know he's on his way. He's going to resign. Are you fucking ribbon? WWE would know how to book the MJF character, and anything but the MJF character is completely useless for Maxwell Jacob Friedman. It just is.
Agree.
So you want that vibe, at least in a kayfabe status, to really make you think as the year becomes 2024 and everybody's going, oh shit, now what? You know what though? He hasn't been champion. Oh yeah, he won the title before the end of the year, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you know what? If we can handle almost 3 reigns with Roman, 3 years with Roman, we can handle a year with MJF. Like, get over it, seriously.
Yeah, at least MJF's not necessarily a full-time part-timer yet.
Right, and that's the thing. Max is on TV every week, and if he's not in the arena every week, we had the series of hype videos, which, you know what? Honestly, I thank AEW for that because it made doing the recap for Aaron so much easier. I breezed through that recap because it was all hype videos, and okay, that happened, and the cage match. The biggest part was the cage match because of what Don did, but it was a wonderful, easy recap. But most of it was talk wrestling. It was awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, Max shouldn't lose the title until the contract becomes part of the storyline. For my money, anyway. I'm gonna go change. I'll be right back. It's gross.
In your opinion,
let Noah speak. Go ahead.
I was just saying, it makes sense. He's been saying he's going to use that as like a chip in the bidding war 2024.
Yeah.
What you guys say, Big J?
I was gonna say, who is their number one babyface in AEW right now, if they have one?
Number one babyface.
They don't.
Probably a toss-up at this
not being the
point.
four pillars, huh?
Between the four pillars or just in general?
Just in general, not including the four pillars.
I don't think they necessarily have a top babyface yet.
Because whoever like their number one babyface was or is at the time that MJF drops the title, that's who he should drop it to.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what? I would like to. I know everybody's clamoring to see Omega versus Punk at All In, but I want to see Omega versus MJF.
Yeah, I can see that. But then again, his mentality's been scrambled since Don Callis drivered him in the head. So we'll see what happened with that.
Yeah.
I know people also are holding out maybe for Eddie Kingston. Some might argue that Eddie Kingston might be the biggest baby face, but since he kayfabe quit AEW and now it's Ring of Honor, you might as well throw that off to the side as well. So
honestly, I
don't know.
Honestly, I would like to see MJF drop it to Wardlow.
That'd be pretty cool, actually. Wardlow has to get out of the TNT vortex first.
Yeah, I don't think I think it's already, the damage is already done. I don't think there's any way you can fucking rehabilitate him. He's done.
He's in Cody purgatory.
He's fucked. Like he at this point, if he does fight MJF for that title, he's a notch in the win column for MJF, probably on like a TV special or something. There's no way. There's no way he's winning that belt from him.
Probably.
Like he's just not the right choice. You're in a dilemma now where, dare I fucking say it, the only people that you could probably have win the belt is either Punk or Omega.
Yeah, Adam Cole maybe with enough
maybe
time.
Adam, yeah, maybe Cole.
Adam, yeah.
So it's one of those three. You don't have many options though. There wasn't as plentiful options as there were back before he got the belt. And now there's very less.
What about this talk of Joe? If they have Joe face Punk and Punk, if he gets title back somehow, I say Punk and Joe would be a good.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, granted, neither one of them are a 2005 mode anymore, but you know.
It's about to break a record with the Ring of Honor Television Championship. It seems though, Jeff.
Yeah,
true.
that is true.
But you know what though? It's you know I'm most of the time I'm against the idea of so much crossover between the two brands.
Right.
Thank you. Appreciate the T-Rex skull, and I'm glad that somebody got the reference and why it's there and where I'm at in the tower that JJ helped me procure. You know, but not quite the same T-Rex as Vince. And if you know, you know, and if you don't, do your research, kids. I think even with wanting to limit the cross promotion, Punk versus Joe, with Punk being comfortable with Joe, which, you know, wanting Punk back or not is irrelevant to the testimony at this point, because, you know, it is what it is. He's coming back. So if he wants to be comfortable and Tony as the boss wants him to be as comfortable as possible, you know what? Let him have Joe. And if he does get the title back, I don't have a problem with a run with them, you know, over a single quarter lead into film pay-per-view here. I just don't think they should be the entire focal point of the company for as long a period as Punk was when he was first in, or as long as the Elite was, as long as the Elite has been since they've been back ragging on Punk. They need to be able to find different focal points.
That is fair. Yeah.
Having said that, having too many focal points right now makes it look very disjointed.
Yeah.
The TV product right now in AEW, it's like, okay, what's my again, I'm going to praise Bischoff. Get your hate tweets ready at _Jeff Meacham. There it is right there. You have to have an A story. You have to have and any proper presentation nowadays, because of the formula that Bischoff has been on Nitro and the formula that Raw adapted and fucking ran down to the end zone with. You got to have the A story. That's going to be your main driving point over the course of the 2 hours. The best example of that was the week that WWE broke the 83 weeks. Punk Austin versus McMahon was teased the entire 2 hours, and then they went, just kidding, but we were invested the entire 2 hours. So you have the A story, but you got to have supplemental stories to keep the people intertwined right now. There's so much going on in those 2 hours on Dynamite. You know,
way too much.
There is a good thing about them taking away. I know Noah liked watching them, Elevation and Dark, but even having that third show, as long as they reel it in and actually have definitive, this is your main topic, this is your subtopic throughout a thread of the show, I'm good with it. They don't have that right now. WWE, like it or not, when you're watching Friday nights, Roman Reigns is your A story, ladies and gentlemen, and that's just the way it is.
Even
when you're on Raw right now, the world title is your A story.
Amen.
That's the way it is. You know, WWE's number one because WWE's number one because that's what they do. They, granted, full on adapting the philosophy from Eric, but it worked. They won the war. They're still around. And, you know, as long as AEW continues to be a three-ring circus without one definitive point to focus your binoculars on, it's going to stay that way.
Yeah, see what happens this summer.
Yeah, this last Memorial Day weekend is going to be a very key weekend for everybody involved. Impact has a chance to go, okay, we're going to start this weekend off with some quality wrestling. Our storylines are what they are, whatever. Then WWE has a chance to really do something. They got Sammy to go to Saudi Arabia. That's the tweet. Whatever happens with whatever happens with that match, like he's going. That's how invested he is in the story with the bloodline.
It's not that. The reason Sammy is going, from everything that I'm reading, and we discussed this in the first topic, which you weren't here for.
Sorry about that, yeah.
Supposedly there is a truce between Syria and Saudi, which is what is allowing Sammy to go, because for the first time he is not in fear of his life.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah.
It has jack shit to do with the bloodline.
For now.
It has jack shit to do with the fact that he's in the ring with Roman. He doesn't have to be afraid for his life getting off that plane.
Well, he still needs security, though.
Well, of course. Well, I mean, everybody does that happens to be an American citizen going over there. That's just a fact of life going over there right now.
It goes all the way back to the tribute to the troops.
Yeah. We're still not exactly the most popular country on the earth, whoever's sitting in the big chair. It just is what it is. Don't have to like it. It's just the way it is, ladies and gentlemen. And that didn't used to be the case, unfortunately. Even before the 2001. Just some folks just don't like us being up in everybody's shit. Oh no, actually, okay. So I will reveal the magic for everybody. This actually is Rex from Toy Story.
There you go.
I figured Vince had a T-Rex on his office here in this office.
So you're having a T-Rex on yours.
I figured, what the hell? And you know what? We don't
I don't want to use my head.
I'll be honest. When you originally popped back in,
that reference, James. Thank you, Jesus.
I'll be honest,
man?
Jeff. When you originally popped back in, and I saw that background, you saw my face. I originally thought that's what that T-Rex was because I recognized the background, realized there was a T-Rex. I thought you had Vince's office there. Then when I saw the comment, I was like, wait a second, that's the T-Rex from Toy Story. And I realized how brilliant, how classic Jeff motherfucking Meacham of you that is. It is brilliantly beautiful.
Well, I will.
All right, so everybody, for your next stock purchase, buy stock in Chapstick or Blistex because of the ass kissing Josh doing right now.
Josh realizes he done fucked up on Twitter, ladies and gentlemen, so he's trying to make up for it now.
Big time.
Are you ready for this? He's kissing my ass. That's what I'm saying. I'm out of control.
I have joined the Jeff Meacham Kiss My Ass Club.
No, that's
Well, I mean, if we have to,
No!
I am in the office. Why not, right? No, I have to give full credit.
He's got a puke.
Did you just go there? Damn it!
Put your pants on, for God's sake! You're a grown ass man.
He's gonna puke. He's gonna puke.
Oh God, here we go. Okay, so let me try this one more time with gusto. I have to give credit for the inspiration to this for JJ because during the draft recaps, he decided that we, as in the network, had absconded with the towers from the sale of the original building. So we now own Titan Tower, the original one. Jeff Meacham Network owns Titan Tower. And since we own the tower, I totally took Vince's office because I can't.
I see. All right. Good.
I can and I have, by God.
So
I'm Jeff Meacham, damn it.
If you're in Connecticut, can you come down to Massachusetts? We can hang out. And chill
Did
out.
you miss that, James?
No.
No, about the whole Titan Tower thing.
I did hear about it. Yeah, I've heard about they were trying to sell that building for fucking trying to sell that building just before. There we go. Hey.
You thought DX was bad. We painted over the right part of the building because we own this shit.
Well,
Fuck DX. We bought the building, then we put our name on it. And we got WCW style at a fire sale. That was good shit.
Now, are we gonna call it the multiverse of media, just like Titan Sports or what?
No, it's just JMN. It's just no media. It's just I'm live at JMN Towers now.
There you go.
However, I will say, and I forgot, I had a really good joke, and you asked me if I could come down, dude. I don't even want to go out to the office. It's too fucking cold right now in Connecticut. I want to go outside. It's cold.
What are you talking about? It's hot as fucking balls up here.
Well, I don't know because I'm not actually in Connecticut, but it's 91 fucking degrees out here even at 9 o'clock at night.
Bro, like it was hot as crap tonight. Like
Dude,
I told JJ, like before I even jumped on the backstage and everything, I had to go grab a pair of shorts, an actual shirt because it was so hot tonight because it's been so humid. So it's
humid's the word. It's muggy. It's gross outside. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's super gross.
Yeah, it is. And it's like it's one of those. I don't normally. Well, that's not a. I like to talk about the weather.
The sun.
Oh, speaking of that, did we plug the British Invasion show or are we doing it at the end?
Huh?
What?
The British Invasion karaoke. Are we doing the plug at the end or?
Yeah, like we always do for the
I don't know. Okay.
That just tells you that JJ was tuning out our bullshit.
Yeah, it's all right. As he should.
Maybe we shouldn't mention the K word tonight with Heel Noah here.
No,
we got to mention the karaoke word because we got to get all the shills in.
Noah will just be Noah Cassidy tonight. That's all.
I'm trying not to be on Noah's bad side again.
Josh is trying to spread the bliss decks around. You let him be.
What the fuck is bliss text?
It's a brand of chapstick.
So it is a brand of chapstick. That's true. That is true.
But it's a different brand.
I can't.
Heel Noah is pretty funny. It's actually at least he's making the most of it.
Yeah, I know.
There's been a lot of clip-worthy moments tonight.
Where the hell is the weather app on these goddamn Android phones, JJ?
That's a good question, Jeff.
Somebody look up the weather for California.
Seriously, I don't know how it is outside right now. God damn it!
Just Google it.
That is true. You could just Google it.
You could
just Google it.
Well, while Jeff Googles that, let's throw to a quick commercial break.
Okay,
and
thank
we'll
God.
Come back to a few more fan topics. Again, if you want to make sure we get to your chat point, your question, super chat. It's as simple as that.
There you go.
Yes.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. Loaded like a freight train, flying like an airplane, speeding like a space train. One more time tonight. Knock, knocking on heaven's door. Welcome to the jungle. I just bring you to your take me down to the paradise city where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. I want you, please take me home. I wanna go. I wanna know. I want you, please take me home.
Yay. Thank you for saving that when I was here. Yes, the girls are out on the prowl this summer because that's what kiddies do, damn it. And go see them if they're hitting your area. The closest they're going to get to me is San Diego, but I think if I work that Sunday, I'm not going to make doors for a show in an hour, even going to Anaheim. That ain't going to happen. So please go support the kiddies because, damn it, I can't.
I made sure to save that for you, and I made sure to save one other thing to show once you came here, and we'll go ahead and run this real quick before we get into another topic point.
Okay.
As everybody knows, today was the Heroes and Legends 19 thing that we've been shilling for Stat Boy for the last, almost like 2 months at least.
Forever.
Right? So I got this little video clip sent to me from Stat Boy. Check this out, everybody.
Oh, jeez.
Yes,
no, we can't see you, Sabu.
Sabu, you can get on this side of
Come on over, Sabu. I'm being see, earlier I said something stupid to him, and now this is my receipt. Okay.
Sabu's just sabotaging you.
Yep. He sure did. Yeah, he's taking over.
Hijacking is a better word. You're right. Good luck. Thank you, Sabu.
Now, when you get the
there you go.
Hey, he spoke. He broke the gimmick. He broke kayfabe. Goddammit.
Although you could barely hear him, to be fair.
Yeah. hey, you know what? At least he showed up. Anyway,
so there's two things I take away from that.
Yes, sir.
Number one, Mikey said that he said something stupid to Sabu, so Mikey keeping tradition. And the other thing, as you pointed out, was Sabu speaking. But I thought that was so cool. He messaged me talking about how he was getting interviewed for some podcast.
Right.
And Sabu just freaking hijacked the interview. And I thought it was going to be more than what it was when he said that.
Right.
Yeah, I kind of expected him to completely take over the microphone and cut this huge promo, which would have been totally uncharacteristic for Sabu.
Yes.
But the way he said hijacked, but then to get that little clip, it was still, that's pretty cool. But for Mikey to say he said something stupid to Sabu, it's
I wonder now.
When will you ever learn? Because now I want to know what the fuck he said.
Right? Yeah. For real, it's what, like I said. First of all, I made an ass of myself by saying Sabu. Ooh, Sabu showed up. He's been way better about that. He missed one thing I was at, whatever. But yeah, for Sabu to be there and for Mikey to step in and track it into the room, it's God damn it, Michael. So we'll have to properly razz him on Tuesday, JJ.
Yes, absolutely. I will be sending you that video so that you can air it on the sports bar.
Cool, we'll do.
My question is, Mikey said something stupid to Sabu. How is Mikey still alive right now?
Right?
Because we're not in the hospital.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Sabu's nowhere near the crippling menace he was 20 years ago. So
still, he could easily break Mikey in half still. Let's be honest.
That's a low bar to set, Joshua. To be fair.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
Sabu looks like he has hair again, by the way.
Hey, Sabu has gotten Sabu when they were having that fundraiser for him and people all it was no joke. That fucker was on the brink. So I am glad to see him back at hijackability status. I'm happy for Sabu legitimately. So I'm glad he's all right. Him, whatever he, no showed or whatever when I was involved in, he was also still very ill, and it's good that he's able. I saw him in Vegas when I went up there. What was that, early last year? I think it was, to go to that convention where I met Lita. She was still going as Lita. So it was cool to see him there. It was cool to meet the people I met. So I'm glad he's doing better. I'm glad he's able to, crack on Mikey with stuff like that. It's always good to see Mikey get cracked on anyway. So the fact that Sabu got to do it and he's healthy enough to do it is even better.
I mean, as we all know, it's not hard to crack on Mikey. So
no, but the fact that Sabu's recovered enough from whatever he was ill with to be able to crack on Mikey, even as easy as it is always a good sign for people. So
that's fair.
Yay for Sabu.
Sabu cracking on Mikey means he's okay in our books. Thank you, Sabu.
Right. So let me get the little ticker going.
Alexa, order more Blistex. Send to Josh. Thank you. Appreciate you. Would you like a case? Yes, case. Buy the case load. That's right.
Jeff, first buy the stock in it so that you can make money off
That's
of
fair.
the purchasing
Okay,
of it.
Alexa, update my stock preferences. Add Blistex. Yes, BLS. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, very good. All right. Carry on, Wayward
I have
Sons.
a list at this point. I have a whole list of asses that I have. I have a list, so I mean,
You have a whole
You have a
list
list
of
of asses that you need to kiss? What?
Okay, Mikey T. Thank you, Mikey T, for the new clip opening for the show. Appreciate you.
I know we've just replaced fuck Bill Belichick with I have a list of asses.
Oh, okay, I was going to replace that for when Mikey said I have touched everybody's trash in the state. I mean, that works.
That one's too good. We can't replace
Yeah,
that.
that's true.
That is fucking.
All right, let's get
Okay,
back
so
to
the
wrestling.
next-
I think Noah's bored over there.
So the
Poor
next
Noah.
topic that we're going to get to. And
Oh, okay. So, yeah, start comments.
Does wrestling today have too many titles, and should we
yes.
put less emphasis on them?
Okay.
Yes.
That's multi-layer, but I'll go last.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Noah, go ahead and go first on this one, and try to elaborate more than just yes. You're the simple man. We love hearing you wax proxy on pro wrestling because you love it. Damn it.
I mean, first part of the question, does wrestling have too many titles? Look at the NWA. Look at what WWE's trying to do with their titles. You look at AEW. You look at NJPW. I feel like Impact's the only one that's probably the most comfortable. Yeah, there's too many titles. It almost feels like at this point you're there to just have something around your waist just to pretty much sell the company. What is a title? Is it an accolade? Is it a representation of how high you are in the company as far as your absolute capability? Or are you just, leader of the political party that just runs the machine, Roman Reigns? That being said, should we put less emphasis on titles? I think so, because I think there are more than enough capable workers that don't need the titles. And then there's those that have the titles that you think, why they have this title when A, they had it either too long, or B, there's other people more deserving. When you look at wrestling and you look at the people with the titles are your most important ones in the company, it's short-sighted. There are many people that should be in that spot that don't have the titles, and honestly, they probably should deserve and have more attention than those with the titles. Most prominent example I can think of with WWE particularly is Shayna Baszler. It's still a damn crime to me that she is not a singles champion and should have had resume at 36. Big G, I always got you, brother. NXT, black and gold for life. So that being said, yes, wrestling has too many titles. Look at the Impact structure. They seem to be doing it right. You got your world, got your women's world, men's tag, women's tag, mid-card title to go for, and something just because you have something with TV time, /internet. It's a perfect balanced setup. WWE, you don't know how to do with your tag team division. You merge the two, and yet you're still trying to give Roman Reigns 4 titles. What the fuck? NWA, how many different tag titles do you need at this point, men and women wise? Get your shit together. So yeah, there's definitely too many titles, and there should be less emphasis on them because at this point in wrestling, a wrestler doesn't need a title to feel like they're accomplished. What the title needs is a wrestler that actually deserves it, and it's going to be a long-standing example for it. Full time. Orange Cassidy, keep up the good work.
All right. I'm going to give my little take here, and then I'll throw to whoever wants to go next. I'm pretty sure everybody in the room is going to agree that wrestling today has too many titles. So we can just kind of bypass that one unless there's actually someone here that thinks that there aren't too many titles. And we can just focus on the emphasis part of the question.
I think a drunk person would realize that rest of the day has too many titles.
We'll find out soon for me.
I feel like the emphasis part of the question, it depends on the title and what emphasis is being placed.
Yeah.
There are certain things that need to be emphasized, like the length of Roman's reign, like the fact that he's coming upon 1,000 days, like the fact that the next thing past the 1,000 days would be Hogan's record, which, again, I don't think he's going to pass. We won't go down that road.
Blech.
But the emphasis of Roman Reigns hitting 1,000 days and the fact that reigns like that, especially in the world of WWE and Impact and AEW, don't happen anymore. That's something that needs to be emphasized. Bianca and the fact that she's on her way to becoming the longest reigning black champion in the history of WWE. That needs to be emphasized. Gunther, Walter getting close to breaking the honky-tonky meter. That needs to be emphasized. So there is emphasis that needs to be placed on the titles when it becomes close to a special reign. And all three of them are in the process of making history right now. Other titles, not so much. That's kind of where I stand on that whole point of the thing. It's like, I feel like Triple H, and I've said this a few times, I feel like Triple H wants to bring legitimacy back to the championships, which is why you see Gunther having this reign, you see Bianca having this reign, you see Roman having this reign. Even though Roman's reign technically started under Vince's watch, Triple H could have very easily killed it if he wanted to, but he's continued it because he wants there to be title reigns that matter. Does that mean that every title reign is going to have a lengthy reign like this? No, I don't think so. Austin Theory is not going to go on a 500-day reign as United States champion. People would lynch that boy.
Please.
As much as I love me some Theory. People aren't going to give that reaction to Walter, though, because of his gimmick, because of being the ring general and trying to restore, honor, and the mat is sacred and everything. Like, you can hate Walter all you want, but when you see him get in the ring and start throwing blows with Drew and with Sheamus and everything, you instantly have to respect him.
Or you're a fucking idiot.
I don't think you can hate him. I don't think you can hate him after he was dancing. He was tearing up that dance floor, man.
Right? I mean, for real, like, if I hadn't already deleted that out here, I'd run that clip again just because you mentioned
he's making that dance floor sacred, I'll tell you
what.
what.
I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, it all just depends on the reign, I think, and how much emphasis needs to be put on the titles.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. Right.
Yeah, fair.
I was gonna say, so titles, yeah, the Usos had a nice lengthy reign. They had beaten the New Day's titles, and they did put emphasis on their reign as the longest tag team champions in history, or of the modern era, or altogether, I should say. Roman Reigns, the same thing, like you just said, JJ. Gunther, yeah, he's a heel, and the man has gone through a transformation big time from when he started in NXT UK, even before NXT. He's gone through a transformation. Austin Theory, I mean, he's doing great as the US champ right now. He's being the typical heel, winning by any means necessary. Rhea, she's getting her. I think this title reign with Rhea will be a redemption from when she had her Raw Women's title reign back a couple years ago. So,
yeah.
And then you got the women's tag titles. Like, they haven't been relevant since they first debuted. Nope. And they tried with Sasha and Bayley during the pandemic, which honestly I thought was the best time the tag titles had anything going for them during the pandemic, when Sasha and Bayley were running that. And and then they were trying to do it again with Sasha and Naomi, and well, we see how that turned out. And then you got AEW. You had the three main titles. You had the world title, the tag title, and the women's title. That's all they needed. And then they're like, Tony's like, you know what? I'm gonna one up WWE. I'm gonna add the TBS title.
And the TNT.
I'm going to add the international title. I'm going to add the World Trios title. Oh, and then I'm going to buy Ring of Honor. And then I'm going to have all those titles too. So it's like, the AEW title. Oh, and the TNT title. Oh my God, I totally forgot about that shit. But the AEW title, when Jericho first had it, was a legitimate run. And then Moxley had it. That was a legitimate run. And then I felt like they just kind of the reigns just got shorter and shorter with everybody.
No,
with the
Omega's
AEW
was
title.
pretty long.
Whose?
Omega's was
Omega.
pretty long.
Yeah, Omega. Yeah, like the first 3 title runs were pretty lengthy, and then it just kind of like dropped down.
Well,
and then the whole Punk. Yeah. Anyways,
Injuries.
and then you have Jade Cargill, who's been the only TBS champion and 57-0, going on almost probably 2 years as the TBS champion at this point. You know that she really has. I think I said this last week too. She really hasn't had any. She's had legit challengers, but like lately, it's just been, not really anybody big. And then nothing against Orange Cassidy. I like Orange Cassidy. He's doing good with the international title. But honestly, I think Miro should have had that title and kept that title. The tag titles, it is what it is. The TNT title, it is what it is. So they need to. What was that sign? What was that saying? The man makes the title, or the title makes the man? I can't remember it.
The champion makes the championship.
Yeah.
Championship does not make the champion.
So I just pray they don't make any more titles, and they need to focus on what they need to focus on. So
I'll be
And
if I can go next.
The biggest companies out there.
Because mine's very short.
Okay. And Emmanuel, I do see your super chat. I'll get to it once we finish our thoughts on this.
My thing with this is, well, let's talk about getting rid of more titles when we stop having an oversaturation of wrestlers in the market. That's the reality of the situation. Let's be real. As long as there's wrestlers and there's a lot of wrestlers in one company, you have to have as many titles as possible for people to get a lot of time. Like, that's just how it's going to be. It's been that way since the Attitude Era. It's been that way for a long time.
They didn't have that many titles in the Attitude Era. You had
Are you
WWE.
kidding me? I can name all the titles in the Attitude Era. They had a shit ton of titles.
And not just WWE either. WCW had all those titles
WCW
too.
had
So
titles.
World,
and all of them in
AC,
'98 were
tag,
crazy good.
Hardcore, light heavyweight, women's,
European.
European.
WCW had the Cruiserweight Championship, the Television Championship, the United States Championship, the Tag Team Championships.
I have something I want to say to kind of piggyback off of what James said, because I disagree with you wholeheartedly on that. Because basically what you're saying is that you get the world title, you get like the tag titles, and everybody else gets a participation trophy.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Well, I mean,
It's like you don't need. You need to have. All you need is a world title, a mid card title, a tag title, a women's title.
Yep.
That's it. 4 belts.
Not everybody needs a title.
No.
And if you want to be Froggy, a women's tag. If you have that deep of a women's roster and know how to book it.
Thank you, Impact
So
Wrestling.
5 championships. That's it. You don't need a trios title, a TBS title, a TNT title,
Digital media,
a women's trios title, a digital media title.
Okay, women's trios only in
and I
Stardom.
fucked Melina in the car in the parking lot title. You know,
No, he just gave WWE a new idea. Great job.
the best promo championship.
Lazarus Championship? I'm in.
Like,
Yeah,
you
so
don't need
that'd be a
all
two
those.
between Morrison and Batista.
Boiler Room Brawl Championship.
Iron
damn
Man
it.
Championship.
Wait, does that just mean that Mercury is the cup champion? Hold on, does that mean Mercury's the cuck champion? Because he's just watching.
There you go. And And now we are back. We're going to open mic night. We've gone completely off the rails because we got nothing else to fucking say. So there you go.
Joey, how could you let this happen, brother? Mercury, how could you let
So
this
James
happen?
can't say fuck one week, but he can say cuck, and he's okay. We'll go with that for the week. Jesus,
Why not?
fucking Christ!
The
Oh
matter
my God!
being is, if you have 25 titles, they don't mean as much.
Exactly.
Anybody gets a title. You get a championship, and you get a
Do you
championship,
think
and
this
you
is the
get a
problem with the
championship.
NWA that has 5 different sets of tag team championships? The national, the lightweight, the junior heavyweight, the world, and the women's title. I think I covered everything.
I'm so glad you mentioned
women's
that. 'Cause
television
at least,
title, men's television title.
At least I'm so glad you pointed that out because we're complaining about the main companies, but at least their limit for at least their main roster in WWE's case is fucking 8, right? Sometimes, right? I don't even, maybe I'm wrong on WWE, but I know for AEW it's 8. And NWA has if they're about to go into fucking double digits, they probably already are in the double digits.
Okay. Just for main roster WWE, you've got the WWE Championship, the Universal Championship, and now the World Heavyweight Championship.
The WWE Championship doesn't fucking count. It's accessory to the Universal Championship, JJ. They got 3 World Championships.
Until
Everybody,
they get merged into
let JJ
one
talk.
belt, it is still a championship belt.
Bullshit.
Yes.
You have IC and US, so that makes 5. You've got Raw and SmackDown tag. You've got women's Raw, women's SmackDown, women's tag. That's 10 belts just on the main roster.
All right, so they are double digits, but I
haven't even gone into my NXT.
Well, yeah.
Which is at
Where
least
you get the NXT title, the North American title, the tag straps, the women's tag straps, and the women's title. So now there's 15 titles.
being contested on TV on the regular.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we just threw the 24/7 title away earlier this year.
Thank you.
So that makes 16 if you really want to count it, because that was still inactive title this year. 16 titles.
Yeah, but
on a roster or 2.
Noah's not wrong about the
Europe again.
Okay,
I
all right.
I agree with Noah there. Yeah, I think the tag titles and the Universal Heavyweight Championship should probably be, even though there's 2 belts on display, probably should be counted as one. So it is 8 technically.
Okay, so even if you count it at 1, you're talking about 13 titles across all 3 brands.
Yeah.
Now, okay,
it's still way too many. And let us also acknowledge the fact that at any point those belts can be resplit back up. Until such time where we get a unified belt and the 2 disappear for 1 new one, technically it is still 2 championships.
Okay. If everybody has made their point, I will start with countering JJ. If anybody has, Josh, I know you were waiting. So,
good night, Ryan. Have a good one. Thank
you,
for
Ryan.
tuning in this evening.
Yeah. Could you put the question back up real quick, JJ? Since
Put
I'm
what
trying to
back up?
remember the exact parts of the question.
the question we're addressing right now.
What?
I already unstarted. Are there too many titles, and should less emphasis be put on them?
Okay.
Yes.
Are there too many titles? No. There's 2 brands. There need to be equal amount of titles for both brands. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, Jeff?
No, I'm trying to figure out how to point. I'm trying to angle so I can point and agree with you.
He's correct.
Trying to give you props. Trying to give you props to accusing you of being a Blistex agent. So go with it.
Two different main roster brands. There needs to be equal titles for both. Got your main, got your secondary, tag, women's, each brand for each show. That's what you need. That's for Raw, SmackDown, NXT, regular NXT, and eventually it's going to probably be NXT Europe.
Okay.
Probably except for the women's tag there. But I digress. I think it's perfect. Is there a over-focus on the titles? No, because you think about it, during the last parts of Vince's run, there was not hardly any focus whatsoever on the IC title, which is one of the most prestigious titles in wrestling. So, no, Triple H is doing what needs to be done, putting focus back on the titles to make them mean something again. Like, I remember watching an interview of Chris Jericho did on Inside the Ropes when he was talking about his WrestleMania 29 match against Fandango and how he pitched because he didn't want to fight Fandango. Jericho wanted to go for his 10th Intercontinental title, but Vince even said back then, "Oh, no one gives a fuck about the Intercontinental title." Triple H is trying to fix that and put emphasis back on the titles where they belong and make them mean something.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Sorry for my rant.
No. Please don't be sorry for rants. Just, yeah. So, here's where it becomes a multi-layered answer to unfortunately for, I forget who it was that asked it, I apologize, a multi-layered question.
Manual, I think.
No, there are not too many titles. But there are if they're doing exactly what they're doing right now. They just split the roster, allegedly. Yet this Monday, or whatever it is, next Friday on SmackDown, the tag team champions who were drafted to be Raw exclusive are going to appear, quote unquote, face to face with their challengers who are SmackDown based leading into Night of Champions. They need to split the titles up if they're going to make this draft look any sort of legitimate, which it's a kayfabe sport. No fucking shit. Keep up with me. No, they're not enough. They're not too many championships if they keep WWE wise. If they keep that we are having a split roster like 2002. 2002 was the draft in its purest form. You had one champion across both brands. You had one women's champion across both brands, although she never went to fucking SmackDown, which is why the Divas title became a thing. But I'm not here to argue semantics or philosophies because God will be here till fucking 2:00 in the morning. My time, not your time. You're almost a 2-year time now as it is, guys. One set of tag titles that should have been across the brand. Again, they didn't do that either. But they're not doing that. So by the sheer reality that they're not sticking to a split roster, yes, there are too many titles. If they don't split the roster, then there are too many titles. I'm sorry, there are not too many titles, but because they're not, it's disjointed. The NWA is a complete fucking circus. It is literally the Oprah Winfrey of the wrestling world. Everybody gets a goddamn title.
Yep.
And I only say that it's a not such a funny thing because the NWA is very much reminiscent of the dying days of Crockett / early WCW. I kid you not. For those of you youngins out there that weren't fans back then,
we're alive.
World title, tag titles. World heavyweight title, world tag team title, world television title, United States title. United States tag team titles, world six-man titles, and the occasional tease of a possible women's division, just in WCW. Then in the WWF, you had the world heavyweight title, the Intercontinental, and the tag titles that were emphasized on the regular. At one point, the WWF had Intercontinental tag team titles. That was a legitimate thing they had on the roster for a bit. So there are not enough titles if they stick to a roster split, and there's nowhere near enough emphasis if they do it, because championships are what drive storylines in professional wrestling. The statement was made that the champion makes a championship, and that is very true, but the champion has to have a championship to chase or to defend to make him, and by definition, make the championship as a result. I think the wrestling world is so split on what a company should have as far as championships, because there's too many championships in wrestling right now. It's like, yeah, WWE, JJ's right. You have championships that go across the entirety of the main roster, and if they keep this brand split open, it's okay. Right. AEW does not have a definitive brand split. This fucking Collision show may change that. I don't know. Yep. Right now, because I don't know, I truthfully don't care until I see it play out. But if they do have a roster split where they have people that only appear on Dynamite or Rampage or Collision, then you need separate championships for each show. That way they're not, cross-pollinating until every quarter, until the end of each quarter with a pay-per-view, which is fine. But a world title, a secondary title, another secondary title, a women's title, a secondary women's title, a tag title, a trios title. There's just a lot going on there for one whole company to have to try to split, really speaking, 2 hours of prime real estate, primetime TV. Especially in the NBA playoffs where Rampage jumps around more than a freaking rabbit in heat.
And that's not even counting the FTW title, which is unsanctioned.
A cat in heat or pussy in heat.
I was going to say the Rampage broadcast has jumped around more than the TNT title in recent months.
Yeah.
Accurate.
Well, considering the fact that the TNT title once looked like the Lakers colors and it's being moved around by the NBA playoffs is not lost on me or anybody else, I'm sure. By the way, fuck the Warriors. Ha! Okay, I feel better.
Hey, I agree with you on that one.
Well, I like NorCal sports, period. So it is what it is. Sorry, Cindy, love you, but no.
All right.
Anyway, so yes.
So getting to Emmanuel's super chats now.
Mm-hmm.
And the IWC says WWE is a monopoly. Look at AEW.
Yeah, that's true.
Now you know what though? I only slightly waver on that because Vince himself always said they're not really AEW as much as Tony wants to believe it, and that curly-headed little head of his is not actively competition for them yet. WWE doesn't have to, at least at this point, the way they're running, doesn't have to worry about AEW right now. And plus, Vince will take it to his grave. WWE is sports entertainment. Everybody else is pro wrestling.
Yep.
And Emmanuel, I'm not 100% what you were trying to say here. If you can retype that.
Yeah.
Predict new tag. Take out Sammy, replace or 2 versus 1.
I think he means for Saudi Arabia, but Sammy's going.
Sammy's going. So I think
the way he spelled Sammy, I thought he was talking about Guevara.
Wouldn't that be wonderful? No, I think he means Sami Zayn, and I honestly, Godman, Natalie, forgive me for this. I want Roman and Solo to lose just to watch the bloodline go. So we'll see.
You know what? You know, make the icing on the cake. I won't have Roman take the pinfall.
No.
Have Sammy pin Roman.
Seriously, have Sammy pin Roman and watch the entire wrestling world's head just go.
Have Sam, because Roman hasn't been pinned in. Well, he's lost in a tag match, but he didn't get pinned.
Yeah, he's not been pinned in 3 years.
And
it was Corbin.
In him.
Roman did dedicate the match to the Wild Samoans and have him lose the match, and then.
And Roman is the son of Sika. So that would be just like, so Jimmy and Jay dedicated to me and they lost, but then I did the same thing and I lost in my father's name. Oh, shit. Would the bloodline just start to freaking crumble like a freaking quicksand? By the way, Nathan, I don't hate the Warriors. I hate NorCal sports, period. Yeah. The Warriors just happen to be in front of an LA team.
I will say I hate the Warriors, Nathan.
Damn, I guess.
We've seen you point out that hat for about 5 times on the show.
Yes.
Sorry.
We know you live in Cleveland, Josh. Thank you. I'm sure there's a Bliss X Factory right around the corner. We got you, boo. We got you. You're good.
But yeah, I say let Roman take the fall in this because then everybody sees that he can be pinned. And then the countdown really starts going.
Yep.
When will the title reign end? Roman just got pinned for the first time in 3 years. Yes, his belts weren't on the line. He didn't lose the big match, but he still got pinned. The tribal chief can be defeated.
Yep.
That's what makes the story. You're shaking your head, man.
That makes the story more compelling, Josh.
Exactly.
Hang on. I want to hear Josh's refute and argument to this.
Yeah.
Why?
Go ahead,
Why?
Josh.
Okay. So first of all, are you saying Roman and Solo should win, or are you saying Solo should take the fall?
I'm saying either Solo takes the fall or there's a DQ.
Okay. Why? Why can't Roman lose this fall? Please, seriously, refute.
Roman should not be pinned until he loses the title to Cody. Flat out. You want to make Roman the biggest deal? Have him lose to Roman with absolutely no bloodline left to support Roman.
But this is how you do it.
Solo will take this fall.
Yeah.
You have Roman turn on Solo, or not turn on Solo, but berate Solo to the point where Solo will turn on Roman. You will eventually get the Usos breaking away from Roman. The bloodline will break away completely from Roman, minus probably Paul Heyman, who Heyman isn't going to interfere and do shit in a match. He's not going to get physical in a match. He's just going to stand there and be his Paul Heyman self. But you get Roman alone versus Cody with no interference at MSG on that SmackDown for Cody to win it. Yes, G, I know. But again, this is, you get the bloodline gone and you get the towels off Roman. This is how you start it.
Josh, I'll tell you what. Come up with a non-monetary bet that Roman. I say Roman takes the fall. Non-monetary bet. I will go with you on this.
All right,
how about this?
I see it going like this.
Okay.
I see the Usos costing Roman the fall.
Probably.
Especially after everything that went down on SmackDown this week.
Right.
Possibly even, sliding into the ring, hitting Roman with the 1D. Sammy crawls over and pins him, and Solo stands there and does nothing. He could save the tribal chief, but he doesn't.
I say Roman taking the fall is the most effective way to start that final crumble to Cody. I say it.
I agree with Jeff. Yeah.
Because that.
Well, I agree with JJ. So
Josh, that just proves what we're saying is if Roman takes the pinfall, that proves to the Usos and to everybody else that Roman Reigns is not Superman. He is human. He can be defeated.
Yeah.
There is a way, and whether it's Sammy and KO hitting a stunner and a hula hoop kick, or the Usos coming in hitting a 1D, or having a super kick party on Roman, but that is the way you start the dissension between. Yeah, this is
the way.
I disagree. I think it's Solo taking the pin, probably to KO. I would say KO. I think that'd be the most believable. Solo taking the pin to KO.
For like 2 years. Give me the pinfall at this point.
Hey, okay. Well, hang on. Hang on, guys.
Solo takes the pin. Roman berates Solo to the point of putting his hands on Solo. That sets the Usos off completely. Because, Roman's the tribal chief, whatever. Solo's their actual brother.
Right.
Roman puts their hands on his brother. Oh, no.
Hang on, Jay. We're going to make their point. Let's finish this point. Okay.
So that's when everything happens after. It won't be Roman turning on the Usos. It'll be Solo and the Usos being done with Roman.
In context of storyline, will you agree or disagree with me that had Solo not spiked Cody in the throat, Cody would be the world champion right now?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's where I'm saying that Solo, JJ saying Solo not doing anything and Roman taking the fall proves that Roman needs Solo more than Solo needs Roman.
And vice versa with the Usos.
And Usos and Solo don't need Roman as much as Roman needs them. Yeah. So Roman taking the fall shows he's fallible.
Exactly. Especially when he doesn't have the shield of the freaking Usos and Solo. You know.
Roman Shield. I like what you did there.
All right, there you go.
Okay. I love the fact that you just used that word, Jeff, because that comes into where I'm coming from with this.
Okay.
You use the term fallible.
Yes.
Okay. I am going to go to a quote from a movie that I love, and I want you guys to take this in because I think this perfectly sums up the story here. Okay. It's a quote from Dogma, which has to deal with religion and God. Think about how Roman is in God mode. Okay. Listen to this. And please don't call me sacrilege because I know we have a couple religious heavy people here.
And please let him finish before you refute.
Now listen closely because this bit is very important. Existence in all its form and splendor functions solely on one principle. God is infallible. To prove him wrong would undo reality and everything that is. Up would become down, black would become white, existence would become nothingness. In essence, they'll unmake the world. Someone pinning Roman proves that he is fallible.
Yep.
And the bloodline crumbles.
Yep.
Real quick, we're all in agreement that Roman and Solo aren't walking out of there as champs, right?
Yes.
I would say so at this point, yes.
Noah?
I don't think Noah cares anymore.
Noah, are you okay, bud?
Did he start the show like this? What the hell happened while I was gone?
I don't.
No, he started like this.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been.
I said, what'd you guys do to him? Jesus.
I don't know. I don't think it's what we did to him. I think it's the heat getting to him and and other shit. But
Well, it is hotter than balls cross country, to be fair. So. Oh, that's true.
No, are you awake?
I think he is. Just it's all right. It's all right. It is what it is. Yes. Above all else, keep Heyman with Roman. That needs to not change.
Heyman is the final piece to fall.
Oh, okay.
Because Heyman was the first piece in the puzzle.
It's true.
Yeah.
Heyman will be the last piece to fall. And he'll either align himself with main event Jey Uso, Solo Sikoa, or he'll hitch his wagon to somebody else. But
As
the
Paul
rest
do.
of the family will fall, leaving just Roman and Heyman.
Yep.
And eventually, when Roman can't get the belt back in the rematch, Heyman will turn on Roman too.
Yep. And spoiler alert for this coming week's dads, that little thread of topic is exactly going to be a point made in our top 10 all-time heels discussion, at least on my end of things.
Wyatt, I'll go ahead and repeat it one more time since you're late to the party here and just joined. There is currently a truce between Syria and Saudi Arabia. So Sammy is able to go without fearing for his life.
At least less than he was before this truce.
Yeah.
You know, security's still a thing. The attitude toward America is still a thing. The attitude toward the Western world is still a thing. So, you know.
Oh, when Heyman leaves Roman, I just hope to gosh it's not back to Lesnar and Lesnar versus Roman again. Please.
No, okay, no. I don't want Lesnar versus Roman again, but why not put Paulie back with Brock?
Okay,
Why?
that I don't mind as long as it doesn't lead to Lesnar and Roman again.
I agree with that. Yeah, the Lesnar Reigns story has been told. It's done. It's good. Roman done whoop that ass. I'm good.
You're welcome, Wyatt. All right, so the next one that I have starred here is from Arlene. Wants to know when they're going to announce the opponents for both women's matches since it looks like it's not going to be champion versus champion. I would guess it'll be some point this week on TV.
Yeah.
Because it very much looks like it's going to be Kana versus Bianca again after the attack on SmackDown.
Mm-hmm. And Natty versus
Yeah, and
Rhea.
probably Natty versus Rhea after what happened
Not
on
going to be
Raw.
a bad match. That
So,
sounds like pretty good.
Quick question. Asuka was drafted to Raw or SmackDown in the draft?
SmackDown.
Okay, and she's facing Bianca. Say with me.
More than likely.
And then Natty was drafted to
Raw.
and she's facing the SmackDown champion.
Yes.
More than likely.
Yes.
Because Rhea's drafted onto Raw.
It's bass-ackwards fucking booking. Okay, whatever.
My guess is they're
I
good.
see the point that Jeff is trying to make is that
Yes.
Natty should be challenging Bianca since she's the Raw Women's Champion.
Yeah, if they're not going to
should
just
be going after Rhea since she's the SmackDown Women's Champion, try and get a couple of title changes so the belts go to the right shows.
Yeah, if they're not going to just rename the titles like they did Becky and Charlotte or switch them, then fucking have a brand person challenge for the title. It's stupid.
My guess is they probably will rename them at some point.
Like I said earlier, name one the world title, and at this point, name the universal title. The women's universal title and the women's world title.
Okay. I'm going to pull a JJ quote here. He used twice this week, or we used twice together this weekend hanging out. I'm of Harvey Dent two minds about the women's championship. On one hand, having one champion go across both brands means more prestige to that one champion, and I'm okay with that as a women's wrestling advocate and former promoter. However, if they're gonna split the roster, split the motherfucking rosters.
Yep.
And stop having people cross over. Oh, well, it's a superstar initiative. It's like, no, it's a goddamn separate roster and make it separate.
I
They
mean,
need to just change the names from Raw and SmackDown tag titles, Raw and SmackDown women's title.
But
Just change the names again.
JJ, go ahead before I counter that point because I know you've been waiting.
Thank you. I still think that until the titles are dropped, the crossover should occur. That way, the Raw champion is defending it against Raw talent.
I agree with that.
SmackDown champion is defending it against SmackDown talent.
Right.
And then once they lose their respective championships, Bianca becomes SmackDown exclusive.
Yes.
Rhea becomes Raw exclusive.
Yes.
But until the belts are lost, they can defend the title on the show that their title is named for.
Yeah.
And the same thing with the tag titles. Since they are the unified tag champions, KO and Sammy can defend it on either brand.
Yes.
Until they either give them new titles or separate the belts.
Yes.
Which I personally think this is a perfect opportunity to do it in Saudi Arabia. Make the match just for the SmackDown tag titles. Then Roman and Solo could theoretically win the belts, give Roman another strap, not like he needs it, and we've got the belts separated.
We do not need that meme to become a reality.
No. Hang on, Josh. The only way I will agree with JJ is if it's Roman and Solo against the Usos at SummerSlam. Then I'm okay with it. Or Money in the Bank, whatever. I'm okay with it then.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Now, as far as the dropping the titles, like Josh said, either like I said, and Josh kind of not piggybacked, but agreed-ish. They either need to get the titles on the right brand people, or they need to just do either the Becky Charlotte switch or just say, okay, since they're already hyping Bianca as the longest reigning champion in the modern era anyway, she's on a show that's not conducive with her title, so just rename the damn thing like I did with the tag titles. Exactly. I like that option the least. Let me be clear on that because it totally muddles everything up and makes my head hurt more. But something needs to be done because they should not have drafted the damn champions to the wrong brand. And again, let things play out. You know what? I'm an impatient modern era wrestling fan. Fuck off with your patience. Just get shit done so I don't have to sit here every week and go, when are they going to make sense? Because, they did, we're going to have the draft. We're going to shake things up. We're going to have a world champion for Raw that was defended on fucking SmackDown this week. Like, what? It's so muddled up already. It reeks of McMahon is what it does.
Nobody's not supposed to make sense. What the fuck y'all been talking about the last 15 minutes while I've been sleeping?
I understand that. No, I get that. The people that are anti WWE, WWE's not supposed to make sense. You know what? I understand your point of view. My counter to that is I am a fan of the entirety of the industry, sports entertainment, professional wrestling, all that stuff. I like my televised sports entertainment / wrestling product to make sense. That's why, with all due respect to what Billy Corgan's original intention was, I don't cover the fucking NWA on this channel anymore. Pay-per-views or anything, because there's so much going on in an hour of television each week. Your brain literally rattles around your head going, what the?
Yeah,
we got to cover the pay-per-views though, at least as long as Natalia Markova's on it, because James
can enjoy drooling over the pictures and the videos every week on this show and just give us all a chuckle. But I'm not gonna show out and pay for a pay-per-view when I had a fucking membership grandfathered in and they went, oh, just kidding, we take it away. Like, no, fuck you guys.
I agree. I agree with Jeff here. Like, I love Markova.
I do have to say, bro,
she deserves better.
She does.
I do have to say, bro, and don't get mad at me, but you do come off as a little bit of a hypocrite here, because on the one hand, you're talking about trust the process when it comes to the Cody storyline.
I was.
And then on the other hand, you're like, but I'm impatient. I don't want to be patient.
I was about to say, when did Jeff become James?
So it's
no. Okay. No, you're right. You're absolutely right in what you say. So I'll present the reason why you're wrong. Okay.
You're right in what you say, but I'll present why you're wrong. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
This is sounding more logical than WWE right now.
Then well, you know what? I bought the building. Fuck it, I'll take it. Anyway,
Arlene co-signs with me. Thank you, Arlene.
If I could make my point, it'll make a lot more sense. That's okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Cody's story, I trust the process because of your theory that you presented that the entirety of IWC is now grandfather on, not giving you a goddamn bit of credit for. We get to the Garden, we're good. We go beyond the Garden, I'm going to be pissed. I'm not going to lie. Then I'll get impatient about that. I will full on be like, all right, what the fuck then? Seriously.
Hey, I'll be more pissed off because I'll have to acknowledge and start believing in Joe Hendry.
Right? God, what a horrible bet we made. Well, you made. I haven't co-signed on officially yet, but I'm starting to really like, you know what? I need to get this energy going. We need to get Cody the damn title. The rest of WWE, as far as the draft and the world title, it makes so little sense that my impatience level has been amped up as a result of it.
Yeah.
I mean, JJ, I said it when Hunter came out and pulled that veil away and revealed that big gold belt. He pigeonholed the title instantly by making it seem like a concession. Whatever the exact verbiage, whatever brand Roman Reigns got drafted to. So basically, this title is lesser than because Roman Reigns won't be, contending for it, even though Paul and Roman are like, you know what?
And it will continue to be lesser than until Cody takes the belt off him, if he even does it.
Exactly. So that was the first thing. The second thing was the draft itself, and the fact that you have the Raw Women's Championships on opposite shows. The fact that you had the tag titles drafted to the tag champions, as unified champions drafted to one show, yet you're having, champions that are exclusive to the other show able to challenge it. The way they did it in 2002 was this, and I'll never forget it because I was like, oh, this actually makes fucking sense in 2002 WWE. I'm going to have a stroke over it. The champion was able to go to both shows, but Vince, having won that coin toss, got first choice of number one contender, which meant the number one contender was to be from SmackDown, his brand, which is why I'm not saying I'm glad Hogan got the title for that, but it made sense storyline-wise. It was his number one contender. He got the title. And then the Raw contender got it the next month, which is how Taker became Undisputed Champion. It made sense. And even when Brock Lesnar hit, I'm going to be a SmackDown exclusive, Bischoff went, okay, well, since my number one contender didn't get a fair shot, he's my Raw champion now. It made sense. The way they have conducted this draft and however few weeks it's been makes no goddamn sense.
To be fair, Jeff, I still convinced that wasn't all Hunter's fault, because I'm pretty sure it was because the Raw after Mania got fucked up so bad that it derailed the process of it.
And that's fine. I'm not going to blame one person. I'm not going to blame one, whatever. But the bottom line is the entirety of the process post WrestleMania, other than my belief in JJ's theory about Cody, however he does it, whether he gets a briefcase with a contract in it, whether he walks up and smacks Roman in his stupid face and goes, I'm going to whoop your ass on Friday, however it happens, other than Cody getting the championship at Madison Square Garden, as he should, the entirety of the rest of the booking of WWE right now, championships, storylines, whatever, is so muddled up. I might as well be watching Impact in the Hogan era. It makes more goddamn sense.
No.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No way.
I'm sorry, it does.
Oh, shit.
WWE is so... There doesn't seem to be a... Up until they decided the championship contenders. The way they went about it was bass backwards because they had it on SmackDown. It's like, no, it's a Raw title. Stop that. And even now, they're having a SmackDown guy in the championship final. What if AJ wins? I'm not saying he's going to, but for argument's sake, AJ Styles, their SmackDown superstar, holds the Raw exclusive championship. Huh? So then Raw's completely the B show because they ain't no goddamn world champion at all.
I just don't care anymore. I'm going to be real with you. I really don't care anymore. I don't care.
It's just so beyond bonkers. And thank you for the $10, wherever you said that to, Big G. I will hope you send it to me because I'm behind for the month.
Yeah, I think
I just want to say real quick to Jeff, you were talking about how it feels like consolation prize. 2002, Lesnar's exclusive to SmackDown. Triple H. Here you go.
I explained that. No, hang on. I explained that because Triple H was the number one contender chosen by having it was a victory or something that he won and was named the number one contender for the WWE Undisputed title. Mm-hmm. The second that became a disputed thing because Lesnar was going to SmackDown, Bischoff went, fuck, what do I do? Storyline wise, he needs a world champion for his brand. Boom, Triple H is the guy.
Yeah, he's right, Josh. That actually made sense. Yes, in theory, token title until Elimination Chamber later that year. And,
in theory, token title, but you know what? When you come right down to it, up until 05, when Cena jumped to Raw and Batista went to SmackDown, the world title was the more prestigious title.
We just had that conversation earlier in the show.
Okay.
Before you got here. And that's exactly what I said too.
Okay.
Actually,
no, you said at least until Batista held or turned the title in.
Then I amended it.
I said when Cena jumped to Raw.
Yeah.
I think I amended it and sent until WrestleMania 22 when Angle lost it and Cena retained against Hunter.
How dare you do that to my boy Rey Mysterio? How dare you?
So the whole fucking point of this conversation is WWE is fucked up. Draft makes no sense. The only thing that has some sort of merit, maybe, is Cody and Roman if JJ actually finishes the story. Otherwise, JJ admits I'm right. Okay, then. Good deal.
I don't mind the draft. I like it. I mean, to be honest, you weren't going to send Charlotte to Raw, and you need to get Bianca and Charlotte against each other sooner than later. So I don't mind it. Honestly, I don't.
Alexa, buy stock in salt and send to Noah's part of Ohio. Thank you.
He's very.
And again, as we talked about earlier with the SmackDown side going for the world title, that's the only reason that they did that is because of the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
That's the only reason that they did that. It's because they needed the ratings boost because, Lakers and Warriors, which is the only reason that they have the steel cage Dynamite too. Right. But I digress. And yeah.
If WWE is so not worried about
Raw champion defending the Raw women's title against a Raw superstar, you should have the SmackDown women's champion defending the title against a SmackDown superstar. There's no other way of putting it.
I still
think that's basically what I said, just with a less sodium content.
Well, there you go.
Hey, listen. How about we just go to the next comment, please? We've been on this for ages.
Well, we could have JJ run the show, but there is that also.
Yeah.
No, James is absolutely right.
He's right. I know.
I've been sitting here and trying to find a moment to throw the commercial, but it just keeps going and going and going.
Well, it's a very hot button topic. It needs to,
So we're gonna take a look really quick, a little brief intermission here.
Okay.
At the updated watch along schedule and all the stuff that Noah Foster will be calling, and either I or James will be calling along with him. So Noah might want to wake up just a little bit to see what is on the docket for him in the coming weeks.
Oh, and there's an update about that for you and I physically as well, brother. So
okay.
So, first of all, anybody remember when it was suggested to Jeff to scale back on the coverage of pay-per-views? Pepatrons remembers. Number two, JJ knows, but the rest of the team doesn't know. I am working on the 21st. So there will be no physical attending of Resurgence, unfortunately.
Which sucks.
Which sucks big. Like, if they'd have gave me a morning, I can make it, but it's a Sunday, so they technically can't because of my availability.
Yeah.
But even if they give me the earliest, which is 11, and work me the same time, I'm off at 7. That's when the doors open East Coast time. It's 4:00 here, so it's like we're totally screwed. There's no way.
So we're just gonna have to do the normal watch along.
Yes.
We'll have to figure out, where we order it, which I think, Noah, you were saying it's New Japan World or something like that.
So far, it looks like only njpwworld.com.
All right. Well,
so may have to go ahead and purchase it that way so that I can see it, and whether it's James or I that's calling it, or if we do a 3-man booth, because there's a lot of guys that have SoCal roots out here.
Yes.
That I'm definitely going to want to be in there and do the color for those guys on, and then
All right.
the rest of you guys do the normal call,
and again, this is me speaking out of class because I'm not 100% sure because it's been a while since I watched a show on New Japan World, but I'm pretty sure Noah still has a login, if I'm not mistaken. And I know that if you're going to have a person on call, I think they're even more stingy about how many people are watching than Peacock is. So
if that's the case, then Jeff, I'll need the passcode, and then I can stream it to Noah on Discord.
Here's the thing: I'm not going to be home.
Oh,
so it doesn't matter to me other than cool. My name's on the marquee on a New Japan show because you guys are going to be calling for me, which I appreciate very much. And
is it on Noah's account?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. So Noah, you have to send it to me, and then I can stream it to you on Discord, and then we can.
The
watch
thing
it.
is, you don't need a subscription to buy it. It's one of those things where it's like, here it is, click it, buy me, you watch me.
Oh, I thought New Japan World was like the other ones where you had to subscribe first and then add watch as you go. No.
No.
Oh, okay. Well then y'all work it out for next Sunday. Whatever works.
Okay. We'll do that.
Whatever works. Anyway. I like Real Wyatt's question if it hasn't already been starred or chatted or whatever. But we'll get there otherwise because I do like it.
It has been starred, but there are others in the queue that have been waiting. Let me see here.
I'm gonna go ahead while JJ's looking through the queue.
Well, let me go ahead and go ahead and say what you're gonna say, but then I'm gonna address the super chat from Big G real quick.
All right, Josh, if you gotta do your thing, brother. Thank you. We appreciate you being here.
Yeah. I'll head out the end of a half hour.
Okay. It didn't say, God, this.
Yeah, it said within the half hour, so that's why I didn't address it yet.
I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't see the whole thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, Big G sent a $10 super chat. saying, "Holy
Yeah.
crap, Big Baller G is still awake, and he's putting his name in for next week."
Cool.
Of course, he is discussing and mentioning and referring to the open mic game night.
Cool.
That will be occurring next week. So he will be
a contestant.
one of the
yes.
contestants, along with Emmanuel Dominguez.
Yes.
We are still looking for one more contestant, at least, to be part of the show to take on the team of James, me, and probably Stat Boy.
Yes.
So if anybody would like to be the third and final contestant on the other side, $10 super chat is all it takes.
Yep.
Both super chats that have been acquired so far have been to Jeff's channel. So if the last one can go to mine, that would be awesome.
It is.
Right. Yeah,
But you know, so
who's the third man? Who's going to be the third man?
NWO style. Who's the third man or woman?
Hey,
Arlene. You want to tag him up?
Sorry, go ahead.
Who was talking while I was talking?
James.
That was me. Sorry.
So Arlene, if you want to tag up with your brother and with Big G, super chat. Emmanuel saying that she may be working.
Oh, bummer. I mean, not probably making money. That's always good, but you know.
That is true.
So whoever else wants to be the third person, feel free to chime in and super chat. If not tonight, you've only got a couple of opportunities this week because the contestants must be locked in before next week's show.
Yeah. By the way, JJ, for what it's worth, I know I'm just conducting the surveys and running that part of it, but I don't work till 2:15 Sunday, so we can go all night long. Woo! And there it is. There we go. All right, go for it, brother.
All right, so it looks like it's going to be Mansfield, G, and Emmanuel.
Yeah,
all right.
There we go.
Nice.
So JJ, like we discussed, I'll probably be on for the game portion of the night.
Yeah,
and
that's
I'll probably
fine.
Head out. I got Celeb Fest the next day, so
Right.
So then we'll do that first.
That's what I was telling G. He was mentioning that to me in the green room before we came on the air.
Okay.
That because he's got Celeb Fest, which of course,
there it is, brother. There
Jim
you go.
Duggan, Danny Jordan, and Mila Grace will be there as part of Parker Kane Promotions.
Yes.
The shirt that Big G is rocking here this evening.
Yes, buddy.
So
Arlene was going to join too because she's not working apparently. Bummer.
Oh, wait, Arlene, if you're not working, I will tag you in. I will tag you in if you do want to join, and if you want to be in that, I'll tag you in.
Now, JJ, you're the producer of the show, but I'm fine with Josh abdicating. God damn, that's a big word. I hurt myself.
Abdicating.
Yeah.
Abdicating.
If you can be there, I mean, your Emmanuel said that you're probably working.
Josh, let JJ answer.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Shutting up.
Okay, good boy. Wait. Good boy.
Josh has to bob his head down a little bit like he's actually getting the pet.
Oh my God, no.
Okay.
Please no.
Now is your mouth open, you dirty pervert? Gee, what's wrong with you?
He's panting. He's doing the dog pant. You know.
Oh God!
Oh my God, that's the worst timing. It doesn't look right.
It's a whole other Saturday show now.
Before I dismiss myself for the night.
It's a red wall by the red door. Jesus Christ, guys!
All right, JJ, go.
So Arlene, like Josh said, if you would like to take his spot, he's willing to concede it to you if you want it. If you are adamant and you don't want to take his spot, then you can always get in on the next game show night that we do, because we are going to be doing one a month, except for the months where we do the karaoke shows. So it is completely up to you. Josh is willing to concede his spot to you if you want it bad enough. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
That's it.
And she put it on there. She said, "I don't want to take your spot."
Well, she said that before I gave the diatribe, because Jeff and Josh were still acting like, Jeff and Josh on the air. So at least they're being entertaining.
It's always my goddamn fault because my name's on the damn masthead. I see how it is.
I mean, it is I will completely take responsibility for my part. But honestly, Arlene, I only super chatted the 10 because Emmanuel said that you were probably working that day. That's the only reason I did. because we didn't think you were. So take it up with Emmanuel as well.
We'll go to take his damn money off his hands, but if he wants to advocate the spot, we won't say no.
Yeah, right.
I still gave the money to JJ. For the record, I was about to give it to Jeff because
that makes perfect sense. You know, you're working right now, so to come in for you to respond. So again, if you want to be part, you can be part.
Mm-hmm.
We understand that it took you a while to respond. Jeff will vacate his seat to you,
or Josh will, because I'm not doing
Josh.
that.
Yeah,
we're not the same person.
No, we are not.
She said Emmanuel doesn't know my work schedule.
Damn. Really, this if you'd have been this bitch all of a sudden.
I think we just got Emmanuel in trouble.
That's all right. That's all right. Hey, so there
Maybe
we go.
She doesn't want to tag with her brother anymore now.
Now, okay, so hang on, JJ. The other question becomes: we were talking about doing 4 people on each team. Do we want to do that, or do we want to keep it 3?
I mean, if we can definitely get a commitment that there will be a 4th for us, then yeah.
Okay.
I'll put it in. Give me 5 minutes. Okay, so we'll do a 4-man team then. That's fine.
Okay. So we will try to find 4th person
We'll
to
see
team.
if Dory can commit too. We'll see if we can get Mikey and Dory to commit.
So now the question becomes: that's 4 Noah on screen and me off screen. That's how it's gonna be anyway, right?
Right.
Okay. Cool.
Well, even if you were on screen, that's still 10, which is the limit.
Oh, that's. I just figured 9 looks better with the way the StreamYard lays out.
I mean,
so.
it'll look the whole Brady Bunch thing, but
right, that's okay. Okay,
however
so
we want to do that. I mean, but like we
in
can
that
get all 10 of us on the screen at the same time,
right?
Or
we'll
we
figure
can
it out.
just do the 9. It doesn't matter.
In that case,
but you will definitely be producer man for that show since
Yes.
I will be on screen talent.
yeah, and we need to use my room if we're going to use 10 people. So
Yeah. Well, I can still get 10 people. I just can't stream to more than 3 channels.
Oh, it's Aaron that can't do the 10. I'm sorry, my bad. Whoever it was. What one of y'all can't? I don't know. Discussions. In that case, I will put the last survey question out Tuesday before you and I record dads.
Okay.
Because there's 3 out there now, and we need 4, 1 per round. So
yes.
And by the way, please go vote on the 2 that are out there. The freaking WCW one's long answered. I'm good. But the other 2
look like me.
So thank you, Big G. Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you, Josh. Thank you in advance, Arlene.
Yes, thank you
for being our panel.
Much appreciated. And
Noah
and
will be the host for that show.
Yep. Let's come up with cool names because we've got the Saturday skirmish because I didn't want to call Family Feud because I mean other than Emmanuel and Arlene, it's not family. Really.
War games. Wait, that's copyright. Never mind.
We can't do that.
Hey, you know what though? I'm sure Rigo won't give a shit. We'll go ahead.
There it is.
There it is. Woohoo! She's official.
There it is.
Well, okay. If we're gonna do that, I'll go ahead and use the Regal gift because they've been putting it out all over the other day for his birthday or what it was recently. So I'll go ahead and co-sign on using it. Whatever.
There you go.
Although, like I said, Saturday skirmish looked good, but because it was alliterative, another big word, hurt my damn self again. But War Games works fine on that sign too. Clash at the Castle.
Oh yeah, because
Tryst at the Towers.
Yes.
Yes. Towers. Yeah. There you go.
There it is.
Terrorizing the towers.
Whoa! Goodness sakes! They haven't beaten up once of Money in the Bank, Jay. Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, because then you can play off of the whole Terra Rising. Towers.
I'm in Vince's office, not Hunter's office. I actually like Hunter's office the way it's set up with the TV and everything and the belts. So.
Arlene is actually listening to us as she works.
I love that people do that. That makes my day. Like it really does. That's what JJ and I both started listening to Conrad stuff was on our freaking late shifts at Walmart with the shit in our ears.
Noah's not impressed though.
Noah's not impressed.
All
right. So, do we have any other starred topics, Mr.
Yes,
JJ?
we do.
Okay,
we do.
cool.
We have a few.
Okay. Let's do the thing.
Well,
yeah.
A couple of these I'm gonna eliminate.
Okay. Very good.
But we'll go to this one that kind of got mentioned earlier. Rampage and Dynamite are both in trouble when the Punk-helmed AEW show does better ratings than the Elite-helmed show.
That's a lot of assumption on that, honestly.
I mean, I
don't
can
care.
see it.
Yeah.
Without getting into, again, let's try not to get into another 45-minute conversation about the
Please
brawl
not.
out and
Thank you.
everything. But I can see where Matthew is coming from here because of the fact that,
Yeah.
you know, the elite being the EVPs, essentially being the right hand to Tony, supposedly being the most over people in the company, you know, Bucks not wanting to work with Punk and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, even saltier than a whole bag of Mortons. If Punk
Mortons, thank you, Jesus.
And if Punk and the people that get put on his show do better ratings on a Saturday when people are out and partying and at clubs and date nights and shit,
No way.
like there's going to be a problem, I think. Maybe not an astronomical problem.
No.
But there's definitely going to be, there should be anyways, you know, assuming that Tony is sober enough to contemplate things. There should be enough red flags that get raised about that. Because a show on a Saturday night should have all the reasons to fail.
Yeah.
Between PL leagues running against it, and then again between college football getting ready to start up here, you know, by the time that launches, between, like I said, date nights and all that stuff, like there should be no reason that this show succeeds. And if it does,
yeah, like I said, it's not. It's assuming that it's going to go well based on the verbiage, but if it does happen that way, then there will definitely have to be another discussion.
Yep.
Because
having the discussion.
Yeah, it's. I don't mean with us. I mean between Tony and the talent. Yeah. Fuck that.
Because trust, we've discussed it enough.
Seriously, I haven't been on half the shows that's been discussed. I'm already over it. Golly,
I've been over it.
We know, Bubba. It's okay. Poor Noah.
We love Noah.
We
so
do. We
much.
really do.
Is it true?
Mm-hmm. You know, I actually have an orange soda. Orange soda is one of the Rocks energy drinks. I was going to get it on the commercial break, but you only took a watch along break, so I didn't have a chance to run to the kitchen.
Because I've already done all the major breaks.
There's an Orange Cassidy catchphrase, so there you go.
And there you go. That's fair. There should be, damn it. Well, no, there is. Anyway,
there you go.
That's what it is. There you go.
I did that too.
Well, that on the cruise, throwing the craps at the crap table, but we don't talk about that on shore. Anyway, because Jeff was awake till 4 o'clock in the fucking morning.
Now, were there actual crabs on the crab table?
No, craps.
Craps. Wait, were there actual craps on the crab table?
No. That was later from the lack of hydration. Lord Almighty, it's a long weekend. Just long as dysentery on like other cruises. Yeah, I'm very curious to see where all this show. First of all, I'm curious for the upfronts this week from everybody, not just Warner Discovery. I'm curious what everybody's going to say at the upfronts this week.
That's what it's called. I was trying to think of it earlier. I was saying that there was a convention or a business thing.
The upfronts.
It's the upfronts is what it is, guys.
Yes. And that's just from me doing this shit every year. Ugh, God. I'm so JJ. I'm also be a TV executive for all the shit we cover these every year because the companies are on these networks that we have to, be aware of this shit. So, because figure WWE's on NBC or Comcast and, on Fox, I almost said TNA. God damn, I went backwards in time. AEW, is on the Warner channels. So there's a thing there. AEW needs Punk so bad they will fall way faster without the mainstream star like Punk. Okay.
I mean, he's not entirely wrong because, again, the way we discuss the ratings being what they are, let's not get down that rabbit hole either. But the ratings have suffered without Punk.
Yeah.
Period, point blank. It is what it is.
The entirety of numbers across the board have not improved in his absence. That's just the facts of the matter.
They've gone down. Even the return of the Elite was a short-term boost.
Yeah.
But then they've slid again.
Yeah. They've not debuted a hot enough star to generate merch sales to skyrocket again. They've not had a oh my god moment on a pay-per-view. I'm sorry, they haven't. No. Other than Max's return, and that was, before Punk, and before Punk and the Bucks got their little lover squirrel. So,
Max really,
I'd say
I didn't need that image in my head, Jeff.
I would say Max and Brian was an oh my god moment, but that's just me.
Yeah, okay, so we're both in agreement on that, yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
But
who in their right mind thought that Max would be able to hang and survive?
Okay. So they've had the oh my god moment, but that didn't stabilize or raise numbers in any facet of the company. No. Unfortunately, because it was a goddamn good match. Max saying it's the best Iron Man match of all time is, Max being a braggadocious heel, but it was damn good.
James says the same thing. So
I mean, to be fair, we were all sitting there when it was happening. We all were wild at it. I've had a chance to look back, and I'm doing WrestleMania viewings because not WrestleMania viewings. I'm doing history of world title change in WWE right now on my little viewing, but I'm not doing the 45 other things I do. I'm starting to feel like Noah more and more with all the stuff I'm doing. And the world title
fucking week, Jeff. I'm just
no, dude, seriously. I was telling JJ, my original plan tonight was to go and hang out with my buddy Catherine and her mother-in-law and her little son, because that's the first sense of non-Disney, non-wrestling normalcy I've had this month. And I got so damn sick to my stomach. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to put that on the kid. They're going to Ren Fair tomorrow. They need to get to bed on time tonight. Fuck that. I ain't gonna worry about it. So I freaking took a Pepto and went and laid down. That's why I was late. Anyway, I'll get my train of thought back in a second here. Shit. Got derailed. I'm sorry.
Oh. We're off the rails, but
no, not the rails. I forgot what I was saying because I wanted to make the point about how crazy a week it's been.
You were talking about how the Max and Brian thing didn't generate ratings in the long run.
Right. So I was talking about what I've been doing when I'm not doing the other things I have to do for the channel or for Disney. I've been going back and watching World Title Change in WWE. The Sean Brett match was so good. It just was. The matches that, the Iron Man match at Judgment Day 2000 that was fall heavy was good between Hunter and Rocky. There have been good Iron Man matches over the years. Max and Brian will hold up in the grand course of time. It is very, very good. Anyway, that moment, as we were saying, didn't hit numbers jumping up across the company. It was a great moment, and then Brian disappeared. And then when he came back, he got muddled in with this battle with the Elite and the BCC. So, and Max is now in the Four Pillars thing, which, sorry, both are cool. The Elite BCC thing is only a little bit more of a topic point because of what Don did Wednesday night. Other than that, it's the company as a whole has cooled off since Revolution, without a doubt. And even Double or Nothing having a good, in theory, a good card on paper, the lead-in has been a little cold.
I think they're focused more on All In than they are at Double or Nothing, which is sad because Double or Nothing is their WrestleMania.
Yes, but I've heard more than one person say, including people that are in AEW that also have their own platform, Jeff Jarrett, saying this could be their WrestleMania 3 as far as Wembley, which honestly, it can be.
Yep.
They had 60,000 seats sold
without a single match being announced.
Before the general on sale was fully concluded first day.
Yep.
That's for a 4-year company, that's batshit crazy.
Exactly.
Like WWE had to push like a soon-to-be non-expectant mother to get 93,000 people, 78,000, but go with me here, for Pontiac. AEW didn't have to say a goddamn thing, except we're going to Wembley. 65,000 people. Boom. For all people shit on AEW for being lesser than or having all the shit going on, including me on this show tonight, 65,000 people before the first day of regular on sale is goddamn believable for me.
Yeah, right.
I love that shit. That's great for them.
Mm-hmm.
Now they have to get at least close to a sellout between now and August 27th. Thank you. And as they get closer, start making matches that people go, okay, I gotta fucking be there.
Yep.
That's the thing.
Yep.
Right now, it seems like as far as the stories on TV, they're talking about Wembley a lot, but the stories are being driven toward Vegas as they should. It's in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be the last show of that weekend of batshit for the gentleman in the upper left and whoever's tagged in with him on whatever day. God bless all of you. The top row are my heroes this week because in 2 weeks y'all gonna be dog ass tired. Is what it is.
I'm used to it.
I know you are, and I love you for it that you're still okay with it. I just want to remember what the question was that we started down this path.
It was
CM Punk, the rating.
Oh, Brandon, as far as Punk. Punk. I want to believe that Punk coming back is not going to be the make or break point for the company. But I really think it has become that at this point because so many people are geared toward it. As far as the fans, I don't know if the talent's there, but I know the fans are, and that's unfortunate for the fans and for the haters who claim to be fans but just want to watch the company fall. Which is an unfortunate thing, but that's reality. We've all said it at one point or another. The worst part about wrestling fans is the fact that they're wrestling fans.
Yeah, one-dimensional fucking idiots.
Bingo. Without me taking James's gimmick away from him and letting know I have all of that tonight. You do you, brother. Yeah. The true wrestling fans are tickled that AEW is doing so well in sales in Wembley. They're loving it that there is enough to discuss in wrestling that doesn't have to have a 3.5 hour show be just about the Bloodline and Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
But there are those one-dimensional fuck faces. There you go. Sorry, I'll use one.
I'll be sorry. You're accurate.
That are like, it's all about. It's like no, it's not about WWE. If it was about WWE, the business wouldn't have been in such a doldrums in the 2010s. So
who said that?
Whoever's buzzing, either stop it or buy me dinner first.
Sorry.
Thank you. Red door, kids. Red door. Anyway. Anyway. Gotta make the ha-ha. I gotta make the ha-has. Anyway.
While we're discussing AEW and Max, and I think this is something Noah can maybe get really in on because I'm clueless about the topic here, but Elizabeth said with the Forbidden Door coming next month, she cannot picture MJF as the champion facing either Sonata, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, or another New Japan champion.
That's Yota Tsuji, and as far as the JPW champion, I mean, oh, good grief almighty. Tetsuya Naito, Kazuchika Okada, Tomohiro Ishii. It's one of those things where I really don't know what direction Forbidden Door is going to go into this year, but if there's one thing I can say about it that's probably going to be accurate, the main event will likely be Kenny Omega defending the IWGP United States Heavyweight Championship against either at this point Hiroshi Tanahashi, Lance Archer, or Will Ospreay.
Yeah, that's the biggest bummer for me missing Resurgence is seeing Ospreay and Tanahashi. I'm like, fuck me. Even more than Mercedes or Moxley. Hand to God, I'm more mad about missing Ospreay and Tanahashi.
As mad as I am about missing that, I'm more mad about missing Christopher Daniels.
Fair point from a personal standpoint.
And he's only in the fucking buy-in match.
I know. But yeah, seeing Chris would be nice, especially seeing Chris in action.
There's Josh with the hand raise.
Yes, Josh.
couple quick things before because I gotta head out here, guys. I got to get to bed because I got to shower before church in the morning. So, just about that last topic, real quick. Punk coming back. Punk is at this point the Vince Russo of AEW,
bro.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with my thoughts on that. So that's pretty much.
So CM Punk is the guy that makes the WWF the most watched thing on television. Got it. Okay. And finds angles and storylines for every fucking buddy on the roster.
Which is exactly what Russo did.
Let me rephrase that.
Okay.
Well, no, I'm just going with what you said.
Good boy.
Punk is the Vince Russo of when Russo went to WCW, then TNA.
Okay, if that's a quick thing, you're gonna have to not be a quick thing because that you need to expand on that because how are you making that correlation between Russo as a writer derailing WCW with his bullshit booking and TNA booking of talent rather than Punk being a talent sitting on timeout because of him not being an EVP?
Yeah, I don't get it.
I don't understand the comparison.
Yeah.
Both derailing crap out of nowhere and pretty much. I'm tired. Also, I'm tired. So
well, it is.
You're just rambling
I
for the sake of rambling. Got it. Okay.
I get his point. There was I actually got his point in that one little tired.
Okay, can you elaborate then? Because he's clearly not making it clear.
What he's saying is that Punk, even though he's not necessarily a writer, had some general influence in the company, and because he did what he did, it caused a bunch of hoopla, and much like when Russo caused a bunch of hoopla in WCW, and then even more so because it wasn't all his fault with WCW TNA. That's basically what he's saying. That's fair. He's not entirely wrong with that.
No, but
yeah,
very, very tiredly explained because we're all tired. Does that help?
Pretty much. And real quick before I go, JJ, that one starred one you have left from Emmanuel, I'll just answer that in like one quick minute, if you could.
Okay, I was going to go to that after we got UNG's plugs and everything out of here because we're still on a topic, but okay.
Sorry. Here's the thing, Emmanuel. Taker himself admitted he got stale before he went to the American Badass, and then right before he got back into the Dead Man after American Badass. So he would disagree with you on that one.
Fair point.
In general. So, yeah. I gotta get going. I'm exhausted. I love you guys. Just follow me on Twitter at CatholicJosh122, Instagram @mangram. I'm exhausted. I love you guys so much. You guys are the best. Noah, love you, buddy. Love you, buddy. Do you sleep or is he still heel mode?
I hear you.
No.
He hears you.
He's no selling.
Yeah, pretty much.
We love you, Josh, but you can't miss until you're gone.
Yeah. Fair enough. Love you guys. And, of course, say it with me, Jeff.
Fuck Bill Belichick. Always. Although right now I'm fucking controller's mode at this point, so.
I agree with that. That's my cup.
On the topic of people that are getting ready to bounce.
Yes. So on the far right, that's my Twitter handle, my Instagram, and TikTok. And then on the left is next week Sunday.
Yeah, baby.
Celeb Fest 7 with Miley Grace, former NXT UK superstar Danny Jordan, and the Hall of Famer Jim Duggan. And then in August, we'll be in Jersey for WrestleBash 2 with Kylan Motherfucking King and Ashley Dubois. And JJ, I think we have a special video from a certain Hall of Famer.
Yes, we do.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, hey, folks. I'm WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan from the Golden Age of Wrestling, inviting you to join me May 21st, Sunday, from 10 to 2 at the Baltimore Fan Fest. It's going to be a great time. I'll see you Sunday, tough guy. Ho!
Love you, cousin.
God, Jim looks good. I'm so glad he got better. Man, he was rough for a while.
That was scary for a little bit.
Yeah.
Pre-sales have been doing good with Jim Duggan, VIP. We got a whole bunch. My buddy Daniel, he made a whole bunch of 4x4s that are going to be selling at Celeb Fest.
Wow.
So yeah, hopefully Jim Duggan. I'm not hopefully, but Jim Duggan Hacksaw is going to do great at Celeb Fest. We got them two. There's like 50 other people there that are going to be there. So it's going to be an awesome time.
Yeah, if you can get him, if you can get him on video briefly, if that's going to be a thing, see if he'll talk about DiBiase's new podcast, because I'm dead curious how he feels about Teddy having a podcast, especially now with all the shit going on.
Oh, yeah.
So definitely curious.
I'll see what I can do.
Cool, brother.
But I am out too. I got a couple hours before I got to wake up and go to church and then work. So.
Thank you, G. We appreciate you staying.
Yes.
We appreciate you putting the late hours with us, man. The first time we've had you for a while, so we appreciate you, brother.
All right, guys.
We'll see you next week for the Family Feud.
Yes.
Take it easy, brother.
As always, I'll say it for
And
Noah.
then there were 4.
And the core 4 remain. There you go.
I'll say it for Noah since he is too tired to say it. He's always happy to be here.
He is.
Yes.
And you know what though, like for real, like I said it briefly, but I said it when I first saw the video in the group chat, dude. I am so glad Jim battled back out of that the resurgence of the cancer, man, because that was fucked up. So good for Jim Duggan, man.
It was dicey for a bit. Yeah.
He did. He looked like absolute crap. So I am so happy he's healthy and healthy enough to do that. But I'd like to go just to ask him about his time with Teddy and the Rat Pack in Mid-South, because man. The first podcast was about, of course, the big main event angle with the Hebners and everything and Andre, but you know they're going to talk about Mid-South like soon, because that was a huge part of DiBiase and Duggan's career. So looking forward to it when they bring it up on Everybody's Got a Price.
Early beginnings.
Right?
So getting back to the question that Josh kind of like threw us into.
Wrenched into the show, because God forbid.
Well, I mean, that forbidden door is swung shut for now. I mean, seriously, you talked about it before. Get Impact, get Stardom involved, then we'll talk. Anyway.
And also, it's one of those, let's get through the end of May first before we start talking about the June and July and August shows. Like, I get, Wembley's a big deal. Like I said, I did. And I mean it. Yeah, but, man, we got to get through May first, y'all.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Again, you're expediting way too fast. Let's skip for the rest of this month.
And it doesn't have to be champion versus champion either, dude. Okada and MJF, let's fucking go on that. Like, golly.
Yeah, or and even then,
or anybody,
you could have Okada lose the belt to challenge MJF for the AEW World Championship.
Yeah,
just so that way he can say, "I beat the face of New Japan," and get more heat for that, because he's been on that F New Japan shtick for a while, and I think
has.
Reason for it.
It's kind of like cooled off a little bit, but now he's like, all right, well, since I'm on the face Okada, I'll just punk his ass in the process. There
exactly.
You go.
Perfect.
Give me him versus Naito. See how he handles Naito's tranquilo.
Him and Naito would be a one. Yeah.
I don't want Max to die.
Him and Coda, maybe?
No, he'll die.
Okay. I'm gonna bottom with Tanahashi then. No.
Tanahashi's the safest bet.
Safest for Max anyway.
Well, I mean,
all right.
Till he gets dragon screw leg whip, but
There you go.
Ow.
I know that move has to suck.
It does. I don't care how well you take it or sell it, man. Your knee just is doing things it shouldn't do. Anyway.
But yeah, I agreed with Josh's point anyway. He actually kind of summed it up pretty
yeah.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah, I think Emmanuel asked the question, and I could be wrong because I'm not in Emmanuel's brain, because I live in my own brain. It's a scary enough place as it is. I think that based on watching the Last Ride documentary, Taker himself felt that everything beyond Roman, because I'll give him a pass on returning after the loss of the streak, because he really wanted to come back and show that he could still go. But everything after Roman felt like either the best thing he did or going back to right the wrong he created by coming back. Yeah. So maybe not staleness, but just not knowing when it's okay to be done.
Yeah.
And, they all mentioned the documentary about not knowing when it's okay to stop chasing that dragon. Well, Disneyland found out when it's okay to stop chasing the dragon, when the motherfucker's on fire. But
oh no,
Undertaker, 30 years is a long time, and it wasn't like he was wrestling every night. He was doing it once or twice a year, but the injuries that man accumulated the last 5 years of his career alone. It's like, dude, like, stop, Mark. Like, you're the fucking man. You don't need this shit anymore. You don't.
He was lucky to not end up permanently in a wheelchair.
Especially the match with Bill. That was legitimately scary.
And by the way, everybody blaming Goldberg. I know we hate Goldberg and Bobber stuff, but for the love of God, hate him for the right reasons. It was hot as balls that day. Like I would botch a jackhammer too if I was a conditioned athlete. Jesus.
And again, this is coming out of my mouth, so everybody, get your screenshots ready or highlight clip Raymond James ready.
Okay.
It is very easy to blame Bill Goldberg for everything because at least to Team No DQ, he was a piece of shit person.
Yeah.
But everything I've heard out of everybody except Bret Hart's goddamn mouth, he's not a bad person. He's just not a good worker. He's not, and he never has been, nor did he himself tout himself as that, or anybody that ever booked him or promoted him. He would Bischoff summed it up perfectly when he first joined WWE in 2002, and he was on that bit of Confidential. Bill would come in, he would breathe fire, he'd spit, he'd snort, he'd come in, he'd spear somebody, he'd jackhammer his in the locker room in 5 fucking minutes. That was Goldberg, and that's how it should have been. When you get him in a match, anything past 5 minutes, that's where the problem is. And the problem with that is that guy shouldn't be the world champion.
True. Anyway. Yeah. I like Taker. I didn't think he was stale, but
no.
I liked the American Badass stuff that a lot of people didn't.
I actually love the Ministry Undertaker, and it was just, again, he was so banged up, and they freaking, here James and I get on the same front for a second here.
Yeah.
The corporating of the Ministry
was ridiculous.
Completely torpedoed Undertaker's vision for it.
Yeah, because it's like, why are they, like, I get the greed aspect, but couldn't have been a better way to do that.
Even having Shane be the guy was okay for me. It was when Vince was revealed as the higher power that completely Undertaker had zero fucks to give about that whole thing after that. And you could see it. You could totally see it. Vince is the higher power. Austin gets the title back, 3 weeks later, maybe?
Something like that.
First blood, end of an era match, doesn't become about the championship Undertaker, it becomes about Austin and Vince again. And then everything after that, Undertaker was gone a month later because he didn't even do Unforgiven because he was so beat up. Yep. It was 2 months because he did SummerSlam with Big Show, which again, criminally underrated and underdeveloped thing with him and Show that should have gone so much better if he wasn't so beat up and Show just wasn't ready for that. Anyway. But yeah, Undertaker Ministry, Undertaker era there was so much on the table that just got left there because of I won't say poor booking, but rushed booking decisions.
Mm-hmm.
So not stale, just rushed.
Yep.
Yeah.
True that. All right. Random question. Please no.
No, it shouldn't at this point. I don't think. And again, for people that are just listening at work, like Arlene, the question is from Real Wide: Is Becky Ronda feud ever going to pick up again, or is it dead in the ground? Like there's no interest anymore. There's not. There's just not interest anymore. The perfect time to have rekindled that fire would have been, unfortunately for everybody involved, the pandemic WrestleMania, because Becky faced Shayna. Becky was going to go off and have the little one anyway. We didn't find out about that until after the fact, but that's what it was.
Right.
Shayna beats Becky for the title inside the PC because of Ronda coming back and costing her.
Yep.
Then when Becky goes away, Shayna's the champion, but Ronda's like, I didn't really lose that fall. And then you build toward them for SummerSlam, whatever.
Yeah.
Anything after that would be like, I remember that, and that's all it would have been.
To be fair, also, I think that you could even make an argument for the Mania the year prior, maybe, when Ronda won the Rumble, and she probably should have challenged Becky, to be fair. Probably.
Okay, yeah, that would have been the absolute last point where it would have made a bit of sense.
But it's like the problem with that is then you're expecting Ronda to give a fuck, which she lost all giving a fuck ability after 2019 happened. So.
Also, technically, Ronda came back kind of heelish, didn't give a fuck to begin with, and freaking Becky was already healed.
Yeah, exactly. No.
Yeah. When Ronda came back and won that Rumble, she was already in effort mode and hasn't really come off it, and now she's not even on the show at this point because she's still nursing that injury. And I agree with Wyatt here. She's been 1 foot out the door since Survivor Series out here when her hometown crowd turned on her.
Yeah, that was the turning point.
She just came back for fulfilling the contract obligations, and then came back because she felt like maybe she could make it work, and she hasn't. I love Ronda. I started watching UFC the regular because of Ronda Rousey, even more than Brock, even more than Punk. And Punk's UFC career was what it was. Brock was a badass. God, if he hadn't gotten sick, my God, how badass would he have been? Jesus Christ. But I think that rightfully so, by the way, her priorities have shifted. She's married. She's a mama now.
Yeah.
I think she felt like she had to come back and give it the old college try again. And she's still a fan. It's just not her bag, baby. It's just not.
Not anymore.
She just must be a tag champ with Shayna.
Which is fine. If they made the tag titles relevant, which we talked about this earlier, they still haven't done that the entirety of their existence.
No.
And the fact that they've had champions walk out and not be on the roster or on television twice. Yes, it was the same person in the tag team both times with Mercedes. They've been doomed from Jump Street.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just one of those things.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like it is what it is with Ronda. I think that Ronda directed her anger towards the people as opposed to directing it toward creative, and that's really ultimately what the problem is. I hate to be the guy because I've been a big Ronda mark for a long time, but
yeah,
I can't even excuse the way she's been acting towards it. And if you're gonna be angry and not give a fuck, at least put it in the right fucking place. At least, why is it that we're to blame? Why not blame the people that put you in that position to fucking begin with in 2019?
Okay. Well, here's where I will argue with that, only because it was Nia Jax that took the opportunity for us to see Becky versus Ronda away from us, and sure. Charlotte was put in that role, in that spot, and it was at least the LA audience. I don't know how the global audience reacted to Charlotte beating the shit out of Ronda, because I was up in that Staples Center going, this is not good. And I've said this 100 times. I turned to Aaron and I said, she's gone by Mania. This is fucked up. This is going to rent space in her head. This is her people cheering for Charlotte as the heel, beating the shit out of her.
Yep.
This is not good. Ronda is not the person that's going to be able to deal with this, because she's not that person. She's not that strong a WWE personality, and she has shown, even in real life combat sports, loss is not her thing.
No.
So the fact that her own home audience, granted she grew up in Riverside, but Staples Center, the Ontario, the Toyota Sports Arena, with all due respect, is not the prestige, county arena. Staples Center is the place to be. And that crowd ate her alive and spit her out like, McDonald's food after that match with Charlotte.
True that.
That's what set her down the primrose path on this.
And then she finally got back with them at WrestleMania this year with an FU armbar by Sia.
And you know what? She got that win here in LA, and people were okay. Well, still people weren't happy with the fact that she didn't do a damn thing and still won the match. I was happy she was back. I was happy to see her back in LA.
There you go.
Yeah. Anyway.
Emmanuel says, going back to the whole Undertaker thing, who would you have enjoyed as the higher power?
God,
I'm going to go first here because when I was watching, I always thought it was going to be the Jackal, Don Callis.
Should have been.
Because he was the one that originally brought the Acolytes together and was the manager for a while.
Yep.
And then he disappeared, went to ECW, became Cyrus.
Yes.
But WWF and ECW always had that working relationship. So there's no reason why Cyrus couldn't have been the higher power. And now he's the higher power in the Ministry of Darkness, and he's the network opposing Paul Heyman and ECW.
Right. And if it's not common knowledge, but it is that WWE's helping ECW, then he's just pissing up in everybody's Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Because he's the one that directed Undertaker and the Ministry toward the McMahons. And he's also, helping, go against the people McMahons are trying to help. Again, 2020 hindsight's beautiful for booking purposes. I honestly, truthfully, right up until Vince appeared on screen backstage, thought sure it was going to be Jake the Snake Roberts. And had Beyond the Mat not been a reality at that point and seeing how far Jake was gone, I would have believed it. And I honestly, I take back what I said. I knew it was going to be Vince when he revealed himself only to Austin, and Austin was just verklempt like you mother. Like, it's like, God damn it, it's Vince. Son of a bitch. After all this shit, it's fucking Vince.
I just went with a safe bet ultimately, which was like, and then Russo was gone, and then it improved. But
well, no. What's really funny is I actually watched. I forget how far back this episode of the Pritchard Show was. There was legitimate talk it was going to be Daniels, who was one of the more prolific enhancement talents at the time for WWF. But once he pulls it off, it's like, who the fuck is this guy? At least back then, 1999, nobody knew Daniels was.
Yeah.
So
when you think about it, the fallen angel, the Ministry of Darkness.
Yes.
Like, it totally works.
Well, right. In the truest sense of, if people do know who it is, then you're gold. If they don't know, they can briefly explain it, which is fine.
Well, I mean, if you do the reveal at the Arrowhead Pond in Anaheim, California,
well, then
maybe you get something going.
Where the hell were they for that show? I forget now.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, because UPW was an Orange County based promotion.
Yes, and when you think about it, everything was only pushed back 1 week.
Mm-hmm.
So that reveal was supposed to be the week after Over the Edge. It's just, they had to delay for a week because, the whole problem of somebody passing away at a pay-per-view. It's a whole other show.
Yeah.
Arlene says that Emmanuel is one of the ones booing Rhonda.
Dude, for real though, Arlene, and again, it's hard to explain fully the emotion behind it, because it's kind of one of those things like, if you're not there, it's hard to fully extrapolate on it. But I was in pretty goddamn good seat, thank you, boss man. In the lower bowl of Staples, which is a bitch to get for Kings, let alone for WWE. But man, me and Aaron and Cindy, we're all sitting there, and I don't think any of the three of us were actively cheering when Charlotte was whooping on Ronda. But I remember looking around, and the majority of the building, and you figure for a WWE setup, it's probably a good 18,000, 19,000 people.
Yeah.
The majority were cheering with vim and vigor, and I'm like, not good. Because Ronda, I don't think, had made the transition in her head from being a fan who happened to be under contract now. And that was the biggest problem. I'm not saying she's wrong for it, because we all are still fans. If we weren't fans, we wouldn't be sitting here doing this shit at 12 o'clock at night, 3 o'clock in the morning for you guys, But when you are a fan who then gets in as deep as Ronda got on a platform as big as she was, you've got to find a way to negate that switch, and she never did.
Yeah,
I don't even know if she still has now.
That's true.
And that's an issue, unfortunately. But yeah, with the higher power, Jake the Snake was always fresh in my mind until Beyond the Mat came out. I'm like, yeah, nope. like I said, if it honestly had been Shane, or Shane had been working for anybody but Vince, I think it would have been far less of a thing. Vince being the guy who was going after Vince when you really break down the storyline of the Ministry of Darkness. I mean, it didn't make any goddamn sense. It became part of Austin versus McMahon, which was not what it was. So Shane or Jake or Callis would have been my choices.
All right. And that is pretty much everything. There is a couple other things that are starred, but I'll get to that in the plugs.
Cool.
Because it does tie into some of the stuff here.
Yay.
Okay. Start running through these the way I have them listed in here. And as everybody's stuff pops up, feel free to just chime in and represent your shit.
Represent.
Right. So make sure that you guys follow your barkeeps on Twitter at Hathaway Lou, at LBStatKid1977. Of course, they had the Heroes and Legends 19 today that I'm sure they are home and exhausted from. Should be getting a full report this week on Statboy Sports Bar.
Yes.
Featuring Dory Lou back in its regular time slot, not its ungodly early 9 a.m. slot that it was this week. 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern, across the Casa D18 Studios channel. Produced by Mr. Meacham.
That would be me.
Make sure you follow the Cleveland combatant, Josh Mansfield, who was here earlier, at CatholicJosh122 on the Twitter, at MallowManGram on the Instagram. Make sure you follow and support Big Baller G, TikTok Big Baller G 1988, Twitter NoDQ_ Big Baller G, Instagram NoDQ_ Big Baller G 1988. You've got the Brussels Fest, Baltimore Fest, whatever it's called again, coming up this weekend. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Danny Jordan, and Myla Grace all going to be there as part of Parker Kane Promotions. Make sure you support Gino Rivera, the Frank Sinatra of the Spanish Mafia. Booking inquiries, Gino_Rivera at yahoo.com. Facebook, Gino, last name Told You So. Twitter and Instagram at Gino Told You So. This is all the chaos that is coming for the multiverse of media over the course of the rest of the year.
Yes, all the things.
Take it all in.
Drink it in, man.
Drink it in like Jeff did the cinnamon roll on Wednesday.
Golly, was that good. I forgot to tell Catherine about that tonight. God, thank you for reminding me, brother. I'll have to tell her tomorrow.
You can follow me on social media, the Renegade JJ Williams on Instagram, ROWJJ Williams on the Twitter, and of course, Casa D18 Studios on YouTube. The 15 of you that are still watching, 4 of you are watching me right now on the Casa D18 Studios channel, and we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
God bless you.
Make sure you check out all of the content that'll be coming up this week on Renegades Reviews. Of course, the Warzone tomorrow, the Sons of Katie Elder on Monday.
So good.
Again, Statboy Sports Bar on Tuesday, El Dorado on Wednesday, Throwback Thursday, Chisholm on Friday, nice. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 for new release Saturday, rounding it back up with another Warzone next Sunday, and then, of course, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel, become a member, just like Mansfield did earlier this evening.
No way, Josh.
Greatly appreciate that from him. And before we get into the next plug, here is a quick video about the member-only section of the YouTube channel. The following is a special announcement from JJ Williams and the Casa D18 Studios YouTube channel. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the members only section of the Casa D18 Studios YouTube channel. Now, in the coming weeks, months, and years, this is where you will find all of my non-archived wrestling content. What I'm going to try to do is review wrestling DVDs, much in the same vein as you will see my movie reviews over on Renegade's Reviews, as well as occasionally discuss the current wrestling product, much like the old school Renegade of Wrestling shows from the early 2010s. This is where you will find all of that content. I'm looking at doing it on Thursdays, as that's usually a dead day here on the channel, with the exception of the Throwback Thursday content that airs on the main Casa D18 Studios side of things. So for $4.99 a month, you guys will get access to all of that wrestling content that'll be coming to you in the coming weeks, months, and years. Those of you that subscribe early, like now, you'll get a few little hot take videos, maybe a surprise secret drop in there. But we're looking to have the content begin going live in July of 2023. First video debuting on July 1st, which is a Saturday, and then every Thursday thereafter, you will get a brand new video here in the members only section of the Casa D18 Studios channel. Again, just $4.99 a month. It's a good way for you to show your love, your support. I hear a lot of you guys whispering and talking about how you would like for me to do more wrestling content. This is the way that you prove it. Show that love, show that support, subscribe for only $4.99 a month, and you get access to videos nobody else will get access to. I thank you guys for watching this brief video explaining to you what's going to be coming up here in the members only section of the Casa D18 Studios channel over the next coming weeks. And I look forward to your support. Have a great day.
Sorry if my drop botched the show. Apologize.
No, it's okay. It happened while the video was running, so it didn't really matter. But
okay, good. I wasn't sure. Goddamn internet piece of dog shit.
Yeah,
Anyway.
So that is what is up with the members only section of the Casa channel. You know, we got a bunch of stuff that's going to be coming here shortly. Really quickly before I turn the plugs over to Jeff's stuff.
Yes.
Earlier, my trailer ran, and Elizabeth Delgado said, "Are You There, God?" is a weird title for a movie if you have a strong belief in God, which I'm one of those strong believers. Title's interesting, though.
Yeah.
It's a movie based on a book by Judy Blume.
Yes.
Book came out almost 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's about a girl who, her father is Jewish, mother is Christian, and she's kind of being allowed to form her own religious identity instead of being force-fed one of them from her parents. So throughout the course of the book and the movie, she frequently tries to talk to God about day-to-day life, coming-of-age stuff for girls, body changes, and whether or not it happens for her kind of helps strengthen or weaken her belief structure. So it's definitely an interesting story to get into and watch. But again, it's based on a book that's been around for 50 years. It's not something that Hollywood just threw together, 10 months ago and actually came up with an original idea of,
Good stuff, though. I enjoyed the book, even as it's one of the Judy Blume books is designed more toward the little girl side of things, but I enjoyed it.
So moving on in the plugs.
Yes. Our buddies at No DQ, of course, the No DQ review will be tomorrow night. I had originally asked to be part of that, then I realized, work and can't. But please tune in the No DQ review. Aaron Aaron and Richie are always hard at work looking for content to talk about. And they'll have the recaps of Raw, Dynamite, and SmackDown this week as we get closer to the weekend of doom that is Memorial Day weekend. You can find me on Tuesday nights across the multiverse of media. Yes, I will be here in the studio at the JMN Towers on Tuesday night. So God willing, come the creek don't rise, as the wrestling god would say. Tuesday night, 10:05 Eastern, after NXT's East Coast broadcast is done, you will find good old JM doing the talking of the wrestling stuff. Wyatt, we appreciate that very, very much. And we know that it is late, and we know that we tend to get a little long-winded, long in the tooth, if you will.
Yeah,
but,
I think I can speak for everybody on the panel, including Josh and Big G, Stat Boy, Dory Lou. We appreciate comments like that
absolutely
more than you know.
Yeah, I have found in the 3 years I've been back doing this full-time, 3.5 now, that the need for on couch no shit, right?
He must be okay.
He definitely is. The need for in-person on couch therapy has lessened greatly because I've been able to have these people for friends and be able to expunge at least my wrestling craziness to the rest of the world. But I digress. Yes, speaking of spreading the love of the world, let's get our buddy Lizzie Valentine, my buddy Liz, who I've known for, God, I'll be 20 years next year. She is trying to get on the cover of Muscle and Fitness. She's currently in second place in her group, and she's into the next round. So you can vote for free by linking through Facebook. You can also use that link at the bottom to sync your Facebook with it and vote from there. A warrior vote will not only get her more votes, but it'll help support disabled vets, which I can't say that enough. Please support our vets, because Lord knows we can always help those guys out and those gals out as well. My buddy Nikki Stevens, who I've known my entire life, even longer than Lizzie, is an employee offender play. She is a wonderful guitar instructor. My son Dylan can vouch for it, as can I. But she has limited space available for new Skype and Zoom students. So hit her up on Instagram at Nikki_Nacho_Stevens. Excuse me. Sorry, Nikki. Bought your name there. So please hit her up, because it's always good to learn something new. And a guitar, I can't say enough awesome things about learning how to play a guitar or a bass. Good stuff. Please check this out on demand. It was a labor of love getting this up, and I wish I had been more coherent to watch it and promote it as it was airing, because it turned out to be really good. It's our Dads and Always in Wrestling top 10 characters from a galaxy far, far away that went up on Revenge of the Fifth. Or Return of the Fifth, because Revenge of the Sixth was a thing for me because I had to miss work. Great show, great episode. And our next episode, we're going to tape this Monday. It's going to go up this coming Friday, our top 10 heels of all time show. Again, we're going to tape that Tuesday. Looking forward to it. Stay up with Dads. We're going to have great content all year long. It's going to be great to talk about stuff in wrestling. I always love it. May 19th, of course, is Kane's Day. If you follow the storylines from back then, you know what we're talking about. If not, Google it, kids. You'll thank me later, possibly.
You want to do your Delight style thing as part of your plugs now, or do you want to save it closer to the end?
We can do it now if you want. That's fine. Kings fans are going to know about this, and that's fine if nobody else does, because I kind of went through it really quick. But this young lady's name is Sammy. She actually sung the anthem at a Kings game this year during our Hockey Fights Cancer Night, which is a league-wide thing for the NHL. But she actually is in Rent out here at the Pantages, and our buddy Mikey DeLorean, who is our Kings and Arena host on the regular, went and saw Rent last night out at the tonight, at the Pantages. So we are so proud of Sammy here in the Kings family, and congratulations to you and the entire cast of Rent. I love that show. I love the movie based on the show, the play, and I am very happy for Sammy. She went from, having debilitating Hodgkin's lymphoma to singing the anthem at our games, to being on stage as a performer in one of the most successful musicals of all time, Rent. So we love you, Sammy, and hopefully we can go a little longer in the playoffs for you, so you have to make it a point to have to call out sick for Rent to come watch the Kings play hockey, because go Kings go, and go Sammy go. Right on.
The next time you will see us all do a watch along,
yes,
as mentioned earlier, will be New Japan Strong Resurgence from the Walter Pyramid in Long Beach, California. Yeah. Jeff and I were supposed to go, but unfortunately, as Noah always says, priorities over passions.
Yes.
The Nauska Mafia has beckoned. Meacham has to answer.
Yes.
I could still go, but honestly, it's just no fun going to a show solo. You want to go with some buddies. You want to have friends.
Yeah.
You want to hang out. You want to bullshit with them.
Exactly.
So I'm not going to go because Jeff can't go.
Yeah.
Kind of sucks, but at least I'll be able to be here, be a third man on commentary, give some history from some of these SoCal boys, these locals that are getting a shot on the show.
And at least we can do what Safed is talking about in the chat and, go observe our mothers. Happy Mother's Day to everybody out there and go get a Mother's Day gift for my mama.
I was going to do that at the end, but thank you.
I know. It transitioned well enough where I felt that it was okay to jump over. I apologize. It seemed to work. So
make sure you guys tune in next week on Open Mic Night.
Yeah.
For our game show night, we will be doing Family Feud. It will be me, James, hopefully Statboy and Dory Lou, versus the team of Josh, Big G, Emmanuel, and Arlene.
Yeah, buddy.
Should be a good time.
Yes.
See how things work. Your host, Noah Foster, be reading the questions. That's Mr. Right. Meacham, producer man, has been taking the surveys across social media, which is why he will not be participating in the game.
Yes.
He already knows the answers. That would be cheating.
Yes, that would be wrong.
It'll be the one behind the board.
And then we get to the really fun stuff. Jeff and I have declared the day for this one now. We just need to update the graphic so that it showcases the date.
Yes.
But Saturday, August 19th, the Saturday before All In, will be the Open Mic and Karaoke Night British Invasion Edition.
Ringo Starr will not be there. He's not a singer, the drummer.
But he does sing some songs of the Beatles.
Yeah, that's true.
Yellow Submarine, Octopus's Garden, Matchbox, I Want to Be Your Man, Boys. I could go on, but I won't.
I mean,
yes, boys. Oh, sorry.
I mean, we're British Standard Time. You can keep going if you want. They don't do Japan on right now.
But yes, we will be doing our UK version of the Open Mic and Karaoke Night, Saturday, August 19th. We're doing it on that weekend for two reasons. Number one, it's the weekend before All In, so it just makes the most sense. And number two, that is the weekend going into my birthday, because my birthday is August 22nd. So my birthday will be the Tuesday after that. So definitely going to be a good time.
It's crazy. The 22nd next year is going to be 25 years since SummerSlam 99 and the big one with Jesse. Isn't that nuts?
Mm-hmm.
Golly.
The wheel is loaded up with all kinds of UK artists.
Oh, yeah.
Arlene's is August 24th. Arlene, my girlfriend's, is August 24th.
Shit, that's right.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, either way.
The 23rd. So she's the one in the middle.
Yeah, she's the... Yes. Awesome. That's cool. Hey, you know what? It'll be a grand party either way going into all in, so it's all good.
And then, of course, later on in the year, November 18th.
Yes.
The Walt Disney Karaoke Night. I might actually have to super chat this show myself just so I can make Noah sing something and single him out, because I know this man knows more Disney stuff than he is allowing the world to know that he knows. Between growing up and every kid watches Disney as they grow up, and watching stuff with his little Ella, I know this man knows more shit than he's letting on, and I would love to see him sing, Hakuna Matata.
What a wonderful phrase.
You know, have him sing "Go the Distance." Something like that. I'll make a man out of you from Mulan. Like, come on, that would be epic for Noah.
Noah singing Donny Osmond. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to hear that now. Arlene, you evil for that. Shame on you. What's the matter with you?
I've seen the best of both worlds.
Hey, I have said if we get one of those Noah chats, I'll do it.
Daniel says that on Disney Karaoke Night, Noah will have his revenge.
Yeah,
Disney
right.
Karaoke Night, the Revenge of the Foster.
And apparently, me and Daniel have the same birthday, so that's pretty cool.
There you go. Paid member sharing the birthday with the casa. I dig that. That's cool stuff.
Hey, listen, man. Noah Foster is gonna make a simple man out of all of you. So I'm just saying.
That's right.
There we go. Noah singing "He's a Tramp."
He's a tramp. The possibilities are endless, children.
By the way, I felt left out, Jeff, so I joined you in the hat.
Well, no, I saw the yesterday we were talking about the Disney Karaoke Night, but yeah, we picked that. Obviously, it's Mickey Mouse's birthday, 95, which I always say every year. I hope it look like it when I'm whatever age he is. So jam. I mean, for this sort of thing for Mickey Mouse, don't get me wrong, he can afford it, but
Daniel, let me just say this: if you're trying to get revenge for Noah by making someone sing Darkwing Duck, I am absolutely the last person you want to have do it, because I have Negaduck tattooed on my arm.
I would say, again,
I am a Darkwing Duck fanatic. I have a piece of Darkwing Duck artwork right over here to the side of me.
Accurate.
So if you want to torment somebody by making them sing the Darkwing song, it's probably going to have to be one of these two right here. Or if Josh is on the show, Big G's on the show, somebody like that, because I will just eat that shit up.
y'all can't find nothing better to do during November than this.
The only way you'll get revenge on me during a Disney show is if you have me sing anything post Renaissance, because I'll be lost and I'll have to start talking like Dusty Rhodes just to be entertaining, if you will. Throwing on the Mickey ears and do a flippity flapping. Oh shit, the damn hat fell. Motherfucking hat just fell on the floor and everything. Some bitch just took a tipsy top out of my head. Did it in public, if you will, and everything. God damn, man. Fucking thing just fell on the floor like a piece of shit.
You over here talking about you don't know anything post Renaissance. I call bullshit.
Okay. Post Renaissance, shit. The actual Disney 100 line, like not Pixar or whatever. Post Renaissance, probably pre Frozen, if I want to be real about it. Unfortunately. Thank you very much. I will never say no to doing Dusty Rhodes impersonations, because Dusty Rhodes was good to me and good to my family. We had hard times in 2003, but Lord knows, interviewing Dusty and Double J in the same time period when Double J was facing the devil himself, Raven. It's good times for all, baby.
Rescue Rangers is another one, dude. Like, okay. The Disney afternoon was my shit.
Yes.
Okay, fuck the gummy bears. I never cared for that shit.
Right on.
DuckTales, Rescue Rangers, Tailspin, Darkwing, Goof Troop. That was my shit.
There you go.
Once Bonkers started to come in and was like Bonkers, Gargoyles, Quack Pack, the Aladdin cartoon series, the Timon and Pumbaa, I was good.
There we go.
But DuckTales, Rescue Rangers, Tailspin, Darkwing Duck, Goof Troop.
There you go.
That was my shit. For real, for real.
That was such our shit that when I was just randomly walking through the park when I signed JJ's daughter's mom, my sister, and her family in, and we were like blazing through freaking DCA, and Goofy's son Max was just out there randomly doing photo ops. I hit the brakes on the scooter so hard I left tread marks. Like, oh shit, Max is here. Sends JJ, he's like, you a son bitch. I'm like, I know, but I had to take a picture. That fucker don't come out no more. So that was awesome.
To the point where people, when they see Max these days, are freaking doing the power line shit with him.
Right?
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Real Wyatt, for the 99-cent super sticker. We
Always appreciate it.
There we go.
All right, so getting back to the shills. In addition to the
open mic in
the karaoke nights, the UK one and the Disney one coming some point next year.
Yes.
We have the beach party karaoke night coming. And the only reason this graphic already exists is because I was busy making the other two and I just kind of got on a roll.
Right.
And it's like, what else can we do? Beach party.
Let's do a beach party. There you go.
If our respective dads were down to do a show this late and for this long, I would totally get Jerry and Frank on this because they would both dig the freaking beach party era songs, man.
Well, yeah, but you figure like we started at 11 o'clock for my dad. Like he's already like long past bedtime at that point.
And this next year, it's going to be even farther away.
The fact that we're getting Natalie to be part of the Disney one.
Very true.
That's everything for me right there. My daughter is going to be part of that with us and willing to put her name on the wheel and sing.
I want so bad to try to get Dylan, and I think I'm going to have him for that birthday weekend anyway. Here's the thing. I may even be either on the road from or just parking myself in a Wi-Fi heavy spot because I'm going to be there on Mickey's birthday. I already set that up. Like, I got to be there for that. So, like, I'm hoping he'll come with me and not be such a teenage poop this year, but we'll see.
We will see. We will
Absolutely, Daniel.
Always Beach Boys. Oh, yeah.
Excuse me. For the beach party one, I'm thinking typical summer type songs.
Yes.
You know, for lack of a better term here, you think the Beach Boys, you think Jan and Dean, you think about stuff like DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, Summertime. You think about Sly and the Family Stone, Hot Fun in the Summertime. You know, you think about any of those type of songs, you know, Buster Poindexter, Hot, 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 you know, shit like that. Anything that you can like really lump into that summer category. Summer Lovin' from Grease. You know,
Never heard of it.
oh hush, Noah, you know that song. Don't kayfabe.
Noah
it
probably
like
does.
that.
To be fair, Noah probably doesn't.
But yeah, I mean, there's all those type of songs, and we'll probably just throw random songs on the wheel instead of artists because I just think that'll make it easier. And with someone like the Beach Boys, when a song gets picked, we can just replace it with another song.
Yeah, I know.
Because they've got freaking albums. They've got an album called Endless Summer.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kid Rock all summer long.
Damn good song. Damn good song.
And the Beach Boys have one called All Summer Long also.
Yes. Yes. And yes, Real Wyatt.
Go ahead.
Yes, Real Wyatt. If Cody finishes the story, that week of mine is going to be all the Dusty impersonations all night long. I'm going to be talking like Dusty for 4 hours, baby. Wearing myself out, going nuts and fucking crazy.
Back to the shows. We'll go ahead and get to James's here.
Yes.
So mine is just one little thing. Even though I'll have more as time goes on, but I figured we've been going long enough. Everything that you guys saw is pretty much the plugs in the intro. But Indie Force came back. Episode 26 is in the books, where we talked about AEW All In, Jeff Hardy, Super Mario Brothers movie, John Wick 4, Street Fighter 6 demo, and more. A bunch of variety of topics here. But we also had a little bit of a skit here, which I'm going to play to make Jeff and JJ mark the hell out. And I'm also going to make Noah Foster hopefully smile. So here is our little skit that we made. And it is called
History Retold by the Indie Force. Out of context.
Just Abdul on the chair alone was enough. Good grief. Fuck. Damn. You wrong for that one.
I know. But that's Mike. This is all Mike, by the way.
It's okay. Y'all wrong for this. Jesus. Whoa!
Victoria suffering from shell shock. Sonic being the one to do it to him.
Damn that hedgehog. He is insane.
Link tries to fight. And that's a giant Blastoise. Just why not?
I think this is how that History of the World Part 2 should have been instead of what I actually did on Netflix.
God damn it.
This is way better. Damn. This is some Forrest Gump. Chicago just standing back there. Look at all for all. You knew this shit was coming. You knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Damn. Oh wow. There is so much wrong with this picture alone. Just wow. Good lordy. Dear Christ. Poor Ray. I fucking can't catch a break.
Great Battle of Antarctica ends in the ring, baby. That's just because.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh, but it is a jest, so piss off.
Piss off. That's right. Oh my god. I think the best one was the fact that the N64 era graphics made the Halloween Havoc logo look somewhat even fucking scarier than it actually did in real time.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Golly.
So yeah, if you guys want to see the full podcast, the 3-hour monstrosity on my channel, youtube.com/user/jhebertside95 is where you can listen to the full podcast.
Yeah, I know.
And also, I'll upload that skit onto the channel and also onto the main hub.
Seriously, we get Mel Brooks to watch it and go, this is how the world the series should have gone.
Daniel,
Quick and easy.
No, will you and the Indie Force talk about the Mortal Kombat 12 game and what characters you want as DLC for the roster?
More than likely, yeah. Well, we're going to be doing another one next month because we usually do those podcasts monthly. So yeah, I'll talk about it with the boys and we'll see. But yeah, tune in. YouTube.com/user/jhebertside95.
Yeah.
And then getting back to the summer songs, Emmanuel says "In the Summertime" by Mungo Jerry.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So many good choices that we can run with.
Yep. So that brings us to Noah. And he actually, has to talk about his stuff.
There you go, Noah. It's your time.
They could read it, but okay. And Foster 1916, YouTube, Twitter. It's that simple. Twitter is where I live talk wrestling. YouTube is where I predict track leagues, that type of shit. Not much more besides that. YouTube channel is where you'll find the stuff mostly on the community tab. I'm fucking tired, all right? And it's been a week from fucking hell. The community tab's where I give you all a chance to give your simple assessments on the biggest shows in all things wrestling. Damn it. And freaking prediction forms are also there. YouTube's graphic freaking picture upload things, bullshit. But I'll try and keep you posted as far as league updates there too, as much as I can.
Oh, yeah.
So, follow the channel. It's a simple hub. And of course, the main brainchild of my channel is Simply Predicting. One way or another, all 4 of those shows will be simply predicted within the same week, and none of them will be on the same day. There will not be no double feature, triple features, and I sure as hell am not doing all 4 shows back to back to back. In fact, I'm already negotiating days with JJ as I hope to evolve Simply Predicting beyond the Simply Predicting family I have and the Jet Multiverse Media. So stay tuned for upcoming days and times on all 4 of those shows, 3 of which, of course, will be covered on the Jet Multiverse Media because NXT during Double or Nothing. Yeah, I'm picking AEW over NXT because that's the pay-per-view, damn it.
Yes.
And then, of course, you see the summer of Simply Predicting. Yep, that's all summer shows until Ring of Honor adds something because they will. So stay tuned for more on that. And whether or not I'm going to go against all odds still remains to be seen because all comes down to budgeting and my mentality. That was on the lapse of breaking this week. God help me.
Yes.
So that's pretty much that. And of course, the recent thing I did, me and JJ did a simple take, our simple review and after thoughts regarding WWE Backlash in Puerto Rico 2. So you can find that on both my channel and Cassidy 18 Studios YouTube channel. That was the last thing I did, I believe. I think that's everything. Yep. You got it. Fucking help. Hold on. Try and get this freaking good going. So.
Whoa! Whoa!
Throwing himself. Fergal is fertile.
Not my NXT!
There we go. There it is. There he is. It only took 4.5 hours.
The fucking hell. I gotta give it. Lord help me. I gotta give a testimony in 4.5 hours too.
Good grief,
but as always, I conclude: there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters. Just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too. I don't know how the hell I survived this last week.
Right.
Treasure your families and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It's as simple as that. And happy Mother's Day to all mothers, not just your own, but to every mother out there, because without them, life's not possible.
Exactly.
That's it, brother. Happy Mother's Day to everybody.
Yes. Amen.
Amen.
So, almost 5 hours this evening.
Holy fucking shit.
Kind of crazy.
We'll bet.
But it is what it is, baby.
It is what it is. That's what we do on a Saturday.
For the super tired, simple man with the spectacular voice, Noah Foster.
Yes.
For the Heb Man, James Hebert. For the Cleveland combatant, Josh Mansfield. And No DQ's resident Big Baller G. Both of whom were here earlier this evening. For the man, the myth, the legend. The man whose name is on the marquee. The West Coast Professor, Jeff
Motherfucking Meacham.
I am your host and moderator for the evening, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Thank you all for joining us and tuning in this evening. And we will see you guys next week right here on Open Mic Night.
Have a good night, folks. Fuck Jeff Jarrett.
Hey, wait a minute! Fuck out of your words!